Can you all hear me?
We can, Commissioner.
Terrific. I was going to attend in person today because I'm in town. And I went out to get the car, and my wife, because we only have one car up here with us, had taken the car and she's running errands. So I've been foiled again.
With all due respect, Commissioner, you could walk over.
Yeah, it's only about 8 miles.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're excused. Right.
Thank you. I'm a little bit fit, not as fit as you, Judy, but
I'm surprised
Yeah.
Judy isn't offering to pick you up on her bike.
there you go. Thank you, Hans. There's somebody
Right.
looking out for the commissioners.
Yeah, that could be a new type of Uber. Right. I didn't realize you were 8 miles out. For some reason, I thought you were close to town.
Well, I just don't want to be too close to the PRC offices.
Well, yeah. Although there's so many cool. Whenever I'm downtown, I mean, there's so many neat old homes in that area.
That's true, but I'd always be tempted to come into the office and try and do some work with Bradford. And, then you'd be all on me for ex parte and God
Oh, yeah,
knows what else. And so it just seems like a very tangled and complicated and risky kind of situation to get too close.
Yeah, you could. That's always a possibility for ex parte's always looming.
It's 9:30. Is our illustrious chairperson anywhere to be found?
I do not see her. Would you like to get us started?
Yeah, let's get started. Welcome, everyone. It's 9:30. Welcome to the weekly meeting of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. Today's Wednesday, November 2nd, 2022. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Judy, will you be helping us with roll call? And
Actually, I'm here.
Mike is here, so
hi, Mike Smith. Roll
How are
call,
you?
please.
he can take it away.
I'll call the roll. Commissioner Fishman,
Here.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Here.
Commissioner Byrd,
Present.
Commissioner Maestas,
I'm here.
and Commissioner Hall. Still no answer, but we have 4 commissioners, so that constitutes a quorum for purposes of the Open Meeting Act and to conduct business.
Thank you, Michael Smith. We're going to move on to the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge. And I'm going to call my number and Commissioner Byrd's number. So please join me.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Okay, Commissioner Hall, is Commissioner Hall there? Shall we continue? All right, let's move on to consideration and approval of the agenda. I am aware of one change, and that is to remove the executive closed session item X. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Do any of the commissioners wish to pull any of the agenda items under consent?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, good. Good morning. I'm here. Sorry to be late.
Okay.
So Commissioner Maestas, I can assume the agenda if that's all right with you.
Take it away. No, go ahead, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
yeah, I would like to pull from the agenda the EPE AMI item.
Right.
And in pulling it from the agenda, I got a note from Russell saying that if we pulled it from the agenda, they would like to present in special session, but I don't need a presentation. I just wanted to make a couple comments, and I'm perfectly supportive of it. I'm going to vote yes, but I wanted to just, for the public's purposes, make a few comments. And if the rest of the commission is okay with that, we could dispose of the matter, vote on it today, and not create extra work for our hearing examiners, but still get a little bit of public discussion.
All
Madam Chair,
right. Do we have a second? Yes.
may I suggest, Commissioner Fishman, that we just leave it on consent, but under the comment section of consent, we make those comments.
Is that okay, Michael?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Let's do it that way then.
All right. So therefore, while we're considering the consent agenda, that's when we entertain the comments. Is that correct, Commissioner Byrd?
Madam Chair.
Yes. I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, during the comment section of the approval of consent agenda, Commissioner Fishman will make his appropriate comments.
Okay, sounds fine. Okay, great. So let's see, and Commissioner Maestas, can you please inform me, was there a regular matter 21-00158 tabled yet? Anybody want to table that item yet?
I
Madam
think we're
Chair.
just, excuse me, we're just going to remove it from the agenda.
Oh, okay. All right. So did that happen?
No, not yet.
All right. Well,
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as amended to exclude the executive closed session.
okay. Second, do I have a second? I'll second. So, okay, we have a motion and a second.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'm sorry, I'm
Mhm.
trying to multitask here. I just have one clarification. It's not removing it from the agenda, it's just a clarification on consent item number 4, which is in the matter of the application of a New Mexico Gas Company, Inc. for a variance
Mhm.
from its October 2002. The correct caption on that case is 22 -00250. It currently reads as 21. I just wanted to clarify on the record that that is actually case 22. And since the caption is correct, there's no need to do any additional changes. I just wanted to state that on the record, that that is actually case 22-250. Thank you.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mike, can you take the roll?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Agenda is as modified is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Now, let's see. Next we move on to introduction of special guests. Do we have any special guests signed up this morning, Hans?
Madam Chair, this is Michael Smith. I don't know if if the commissioners have anybody they'd like to introduce, but we at OGC would like to introduce our two new attorneys.
Okay, that's a good idea. Please do.
We have hired two new attorneys. And I think we've mentioned this before, but I will start with our new attorney two is Erica Avila Stefans. And Erica comes to us from New Mexico Legal Aid, where she's been for the past 2 years. She's a graduate of UNM undergrad and a graduate of UNM Law School. And Erica, are you on the Zoom? Would you like to say hello?
Yes, I'm here, Michael. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm so glad to meet the commission, at least virtually for now. And I'm excited to be here at the PRC, and I look forward to meeting you all and assisting the commission for the next couple of months.
Very nice to have you. Welcome, Erica. You are most welcome.
Thank you.
Had holes in our staffing at the general counsel's office for a while, so it's very good to have that place filled. And I think you'll find this probably one of the most exciting places you've ever worked.
Thank
So,
you.
you're welcome. Michael?
And the next I would like to I would like to introduce, and that's in quotation marks because he's already been an employee of the PRC for a couple of years now. Robert Lundeen has been employed in the illustrious office of Commissioner Fishman as his assistant, and he has made the switch over to the general counsel's office. And Robert, as you know, as I said, has been in Commissioner Fishman's office, and he came to us from the New Mexico Attorney General's office, where he previously litigated in utility matters. And Robert is a graduate of the UNM undergrad also, and he is a graduate of the University of Oklahoma College of Law. Robert, are you on the?
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chair Hall and the rest of the commission. Thank you for having me here. And although it saddens me to leave the service of Commissioner Fishman, I'm excited and grateful and honored to be joining OGC going forward and continuing my work with the commission.
We're real.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
I'd like to say that someday this ingrate will come crawling back to my office, but in 2 months I'll be gone. So, but at any rate, it's terrific for the agency and terrific for OGC that Robert has decided to work with him and stay with the agency. And that's true even though I can't boss him around anymore. So congratulations to the agency and to Robert.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman, and congratulations, Robert. And I'm almost congratulating us commissioners more than you, because again, we certainly needed to fill those holes in general counsel, and I know you'll do that very ably. You've already established that in our eyes. So welcome indeed to both of you. So are there any other special guests that are going to be introduced today? Hearing none, we'll move on to public comment part of the agenda. Hans or Mike, are there any people signed up for public comment?
Madam Chair, I do not have anyone signed up for public comment today. If there is no one additionally in the hearing room that wants to make a physical public comment, there is no public comment.
Okay, is there anybody in the hearing room, a parent?
Not that wants to make comment.
All right. All right, thank you very much. Then we'll move on to consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes. And these would be the minutes of October 12th, 2022 open meeting. Does anybody have any changes or additions or deletions to the minutes? Hearing none, I need a motion.
So moved.
Okay. Second, anybody want a second? I guess
I'll
I'll
second.
second. Commissioner Fishman second. All right, so we have motion and a second. Mike, can you take the roll?
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The minutes of for the October 12th, 2022 open meeting are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, next we have a discussion item. We have two. First on the agenda is a presentation by Dr. Olga Lavrova, who is a professor at New Mexico State University. She's going to be initiating us into the value and of hosting capacity and describing, well, I don't know actually whether she's going to tell us the value of it, but I believe that's in my mind something that we can extract from hosting capacity eventually on the grid. But she's going to provide us her information related to an analysis that's being done at New Mexico State on hosting capacity, and which is an aspect of grid modernization that she will elaborate for us. So welcome, Dr. Lavrova. I'm very pleased to have you here. Do you have any slides you want to put up? Will there be slides?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much, Madam Chair and commissioners. I have slides. May I start sharing?
Yes, you have access to share.
Okay, so I have slides. I think maybe as a typical professor, I prepared way too much and I prepared for half an hour, but I can't shorten everything. So I will go ahead and shorten. Today's presentation is an update of what we have been doing. And I will step through this presentation. Previously, during earlier meetings on grid modernization, Commissioner Hall and commissioners have asked if NMSU is able to provide methodology development for hosting capacity studies for distribution circuits in New Mexico. And this came out as an action item from the fact that there was a lot of technical discussions between a lot of technical experts. Everybody's opinions and values and ideas are very valuable. However, we do need to come to a common denominator of how do we do this for the state of New Mexico. And just so that we don't say my method is better than yours and we can never agree on something. So that is what we wanted to do. We wanted to just bring everybody to a common denominator and develop a strategy, methodology, framework, recipe, whatever you call it, so that everybody can follow it. And then to validate that, we wanted to perform a comprehensive cost and capacity study for a representative set of distribution feeders that might be provided by our leading IOUs and or co-ops or any other stakeholders that might be interested.
And can I interrupt you for one moment?
Absolutely.
Could
Yes.
you explain for the listening audience what hosting capacity
What
is?
is it?
And please don't feel rushed either. We've had a few changes to the agenda. I think we have ample time for your presentation. So please don't feel like you have to make last changes.
Okay, sounds good. So hosting capacity is a method of calculation of how much renewable energy or distributed energy resources or loads, it's two sides of the same coin, either renewables or loads, how much of those can be safely installed on one electric distribution circuit without causing any adverse effects. And those adverse effects could be changes in voltage levels that are not acceptable. These adverse effects could be performance of the circuit that is not desirable by electric utility, for example, backfeeding of power back into the grid, not where it should be going to a customer. So the short answer is hosting capacity is a method of calculating how much renewables one can safely allow to be installed on an electric distribution circuit. And the problem, well, not the problem, the challenge is that it is a calculation that needs to be done by software. And in some cases that one calculation may take a while. And actually now I will start advancing my slides and describe some background and some of the problems. So as an introduction or a prelude, if I'm trying to be fancy, I will reference that there is already a substantial amount of work and analysis that does describe the problems and solutions that we are addressing here. The cutout on the screen shows an email from Mike D'Antonio, who has provided us with a trove of information that Excel Energy has been developing and working through methodically, and it's just an amazing amount of information. This is just one example. There is also an example of other work by Electric Power Research Institute. There is some other work that is from different geographical regions across the United States. So in the interest of time, I did not want to go too far into history. I was meaning this presentation to be an update. So I didn't want to go all the way back. And also today's presentation is not a very technical deep dive. It is an update where I wanted to show what are we doing. So the problems, why are we doing this? The problems that we are addressing is that to get to this hosting capacity calculation, all of our utilities and anybody who does any kind of electrical distribution work use a variety of different software packages. And that means that inputs that go into the software models are different, outputs that go into those software models are different. The set of information that you get out of this software is different. So this picture shows that there is all of these names, there are different software types that can do different things on the scale of microseconds to days. And this picture shows a color-coded map of what each software is best for. So you could see how there are, different number of softwares, different number of combinations and permutations where even the same utility might say, I'm going to use PSLF for one thing and Aspen for another thing. And so it's a dynamic software environment, and there is no one size fits all answer. And that is why it's a challenge, because we want to have different tools in our tool shed, but at the same time, then we have to compare each other's tools to each other's tools. The second part of challenges and issues that we are addressing is that even within the same software platform, the quality and usability of a software model or the information that is input to the file can vary depending on lots of things. This is where you could always provide an analogy: garbage in, garbage out, or quality in, quality out. So within the same software platform, the quality may vary depending on level of details of the model, when it was created, how accurately it was created, the age of the model. And by the age of the model, we mean that how recently has it been updated or not. This is specifically important in case of additional integration of renewables. So if you have a model that has been updated 3 months ago, that doesn't sound very old, but if in this 3 months, there has been new renewable energies that have been interconnected on customers' premises, then this model may no longer be accurate enough. So the age of the model is how recently and how quickly, how frequently those are updated. And if you don't update this, theoretically, with every new customer that is interconnected, you may be losing some accuracy. The settings in the software, we have just gone through an interesting exercise with partners at PNM where we had exactly the same model, But in one of the small boxes, you know, the usual, the devil is in the details. One of the small boxes was not checked. And that changed how Synergy exports PV systems or not. We can show example later when we're doing a full report. So even within the same software, integrity, accuracy, detail level of the model is important. But wait, there is more. There are, why are we doing this now? And why are we not using all of these wonderful tools that are on my previous slide? There are indeed several research grade and advanced software platforms, and they are really good tools. They are developed and supported by various DOE programs. So they are not just, you know, run-of-the-mill calculations, but they are advanced programs. And they can do a lot of analysis. They can do hosting capacity analysis, they can do sensitivity analysis, they could do scenario analysis. But the problem is there are a lot of options and choices here. And this is where we kind of reach the decision paralysis. There are so many options that you just have too much to choose from and you just don't know what to go after. And additionally, some of these tools are, as I call it, research grade. And so to correctly install, run, and process the results of these tools may require some computer science or computer expertise knowledge, which is not something that is an integral skill set for our utility workers. So through the technical assistance program with NREL, which Arthur O'Donnell requested, that was very informative to NMSU. We have worked through 100+ hours of interaction with NREL staff to go over multiple software options. And on my next slide, this very, very busy slide shows our actual email communication with NREL personnel, with the NREL scientists, where we literally went over each of the available software tools that show what each can do, whether they're open source, how can they be installed, what is required to install them. Some of them you can see how they're shown that you need to download them from GitHub. And so it's typically kind of not a beginner level type of installation. And so these are the tools that we went through. We spent 100+ hours and narrowed down to the software that is the most user-friendly, the most informative for our application. Just to also illustrate what are the steps required for one type of export of electric utilities models into one of those software. This is an illustrative example after you have already narrowed down to which software to use. So after you have gone through this long menu and evaluated that and made your decision, here are the steps that one might need to do as a utility electrical engineer. The challenge is to gather historical load demand data, determine which type of interval is available. And by this, I mean, do you have data that is available for 15-minute interval, 5-minute interval, 1-minute interval, hourly interval, and so on. Make sure that data is consistent, that you are not pulling in load or demand data that is at 1-minute interval and maybe weather data that is at hourly interval, and then they just clash. So some of the data keeping is important. Then you import the circuit model, verify that there are no errors, verify all of the settings, for example, voltage regulator settings and so on. And this is also, of course, the devil is always in the detail. When it says import circuit model and verify that there are no errors, there is not an actual button that will tell you, yes, everything went smoothly, your model has been imported perfectly, no errors, no problems. There is almost very minimal information that your model has been exported correctly. And so that is also then a challenge. Then you must select a use case that you're interested in, whether it's different loading conditions, seasonal evaluation, DER distribution, do you want to continue with electric vehicle considerations, and so on and so on. Then you run the analysis, check the result files, and this is a manual process. After you run the analysis, you must go in and check the result files for manually. to find out if there are any violations or any other adverse effects. You have to process results for your own analysis pretty much manually, and that requires importing something from either a TXT file or Excel file, doing a lot of analysis yourself. Then you finish your resulting case, and then you have to lather, rinse, and repeat the same for many use cases that you might be interested in your case. And so that's a long process. And then after you have gathered all of the results for all of these cases, then you process final results and you generate either a hosting capacity map or result or an outcome recommendation. So I mentioned one thing about importance of maintaining accurate models for
Dr. Lavrova, I wonder if I could interrupt for just a minute.
Absolutely.
And I apologize for interrupting, but I fear I won't remember the questions very well. On your last slide, can you go back to that for a minute? Yes, Judy, did you want to say something? What? Judy Amer, were you? Okay, I guess not. She doesn't want to say anything. All right. Dr. Lavrova, in the first box where you say gather historical load and demand data, determine which time interval is available. Can you just elaborate a little bit on what's a desirable time period? Is that months, weeks, years?
Normally, the answer that we give is 1 year of historical information is adequate. But of course, there is always this answer of the more the better. The more information you have, the better. So 1 year of historical information is normally adequate. However, if you want to include some extreme cases like any of our examples with extreme freeze, that's everybody's favorite example. If you want to include that for an outlier type of event, of course, that's another good scenario to include.
So what was that period of time again that you said that in that last example you gave? What was that?
So 1 year is normally adequate.
Yes.
But if somebody wants to plan or do an analysis for an extreme outlier, an event such as one of those extreme freezes or extreme heat. So one or another type of outlier, too cold, too hot, too high load, too low load. If you want to do outlier event analysis, then you should include those. And that is actually the highlight of this feedback loop, where you can do one scenario. It might take you 30 minutes, 40 minutes. But then if you want to do 5, 10, 20, 100, that's where the burden starts kicking in. If you want to do a comprehensive analysis of what if scenarios, because we have to always be prepared to answer what if we have another extreme freeze, right? So that means to answer that question properly, we must have had performed that calculation. And so therein is that loop is very long, and it will be as long as comprehensive you want your analysis to be. If you want a lot of useful answers, you have to run a lot of useful calculations.
I see. Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, a
Yes,
follow-up question.
Sure, Commissioner Fishman.
On the year of data that you need to run the analysis, is that data that the utilities already have, or do they need to decide to gather the data and we need to run for a year before we have what we need?
Yeah, that is a great question, Commissioner Fishman. The answer to that question, unfortunately, it depends. It depends on the quality of the models that each individual utility or operator has. So, for example, the quality of the data will depend on if a utility has AMI to each customer, and if that AMI data actually comes in and is actually stored and processed. Or the other side of the coin is if there is no data to the customer, and in some cases, the only information you might have is, say, hourly data from a substation, which is at the beginning of the feeder. And then you might use some synthetic or historical data from some set of data for your customers. So unfortunately, that is the holy grail of this analysis. You may have useful data, you may not have useful data. Between different IOUs, they may have 1 minute data if it's a significant advanced feeder with AMI, or you may have hourly data from a year ago. So it's completely different distribution of quality of the data. And that's why we need to be able to have this common denominator. And for example, a recommendation out of this study, a recommendation that can come out of this work is, we might say that to have the useful amount of analysis, you have to have data that is no less than 15 minutes. Of course, we don't have to mandate 1 minute data. It might actually come with quite an overhead of both physical infrastructure and maintenance infrastructure. But that's the kind of sensitivity analysis and scenario analysis where we can say, if you want something useful, you have to have no worse than this type of input.
Thank you. You sound a little bit like a lawyer, but I guess engineers and lawyers always start their answer with "it depends." So we're getting used to it.
Yeah. Well, it's the same, it's either garbage in, garbage out, quality in, quality out, and there is something in the middle, right?
Thank you.
And as researchers, we always want quality perfect. We want 1 second data, but of course, sometimes it's not possible. That's why I have to say it depends.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lebrova.
Of course. And speaking of the models and accuracy and usefulness of the models. So when I say the model, I mean by that, that file that our IOUs or our utility operators use to model their circuit. And so that model is a file, and completeness or accuracy of the file is the model. So it is very important to for all of us to understand that accurate models do have a lot of benefits. And these benefits could be tangible, where you can literally have data accuracy, data consistency that I just described, data completeness, data is current. You can also track your assets correctly. So for example, if you know that you have transformer number 357 installed in this location, that is an asset tracking completeness and accuracy, which can translate into physical job being performed correctly. So utility may say, worker number so-and-so, go and service transformer number this and that. And if that transformer is not marked correctly in the software model, then of course that's loss of time, loss of accuracy of job, and so on. So productivity gains, and therefore data management and data mining that can lead to this work. But there are also less tangible benefits to implementation of those software models accurately. And I'll let you scan through those yourself. They're less tangible, but they're also important for us to maintain competitive standing. So what else have we done? As I mentioned, this is an update of what we were doing. So we have completed this technical assistance program with NREL, evaluated this many different types of software, narrowed down to using Drive as the software which is most user-friendly and ready to use. Drive is a software that has been developed by Electric Power Research Institute, which is also funded. The Drive development has been funded indirectly through DOE. So again, this is a reputable source. Is used already by several utilities, including that screenshot that I included from Mike D'Antonio, where they have gone through their own set of exercises. The next update is we have worked with PNM and El Paso Electric to obtain a representative set of 3 feeder models, import them to Drive, and run that comprehensive set of hosting capacity studies. Our PhD student, Agaba, who is unfortunately taking my own test right now, so we are all in multiple sets. I had to give a midterm test, and Agaba is taking my own class. So I am virtually giving a test right now, and Agaba is taking the test. So he's not able to present his own work, but we have recorded his presentation. It's a 5-minute video. And so we have provided updates on this Drive additions to EPRI, and EPRI is actually very impressed and is looking forward to future work with us. And I am really afraid that they will steal Agaba from me, so I have to walk the right balance between being proud of what our students do and trying to make sure that they're not stolen before they finish their PhD work. So in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this step, and I might actually just jump to next steps, and I'll play Agaba's video quickly. So our next steps are indeed to complete the comparison results with PNM so that we can show that we are getting the same results that PNM is expecting when they run, or if the results do not match, we need to discuss why. We'll repeat the same steps with El Paso Electric. We will provide a comprehensive report on this to PRC and other stakeholders. Of course, everything that we do is publicly available. And our real goal is to document a set of steps or best practices or recipe or framework for a successful, repeatable, and reproducible hosting capacity study for IOUs. I lost a U here, and electric co-ops in New Mexico. There are already several examples of such best practices. I keep on mentioning Excel Electric work. So we will follow their steps. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. But of course, everybody's participation here is very imperative. So let me jump to the video presentation that—
Dr. Lavrova, can I ask you one question on that last slide?
Of course.
You say it's a three-feeder
comparison.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I
Okay.
can.
Okay. You're coming through. There's some kind of feedback. Can everybody else hear that? Can anybody else hear that?
Yeah, I hear it.
I hear it as well.
Okay, well, just the question is the three feeder comparison. That's a hypothetical construct you created to be able to compare across utilities.
It is a slightly different approach. What we have discussed and that came out from the previous standardization meetings was PNM wanted us to run the same comparison on 3 different feeders that they have. And those 3 feeders, we call them completely or fairly open to any hosting, to any interconnection. So there is no problems with adding additional renewable energies. Feeder number 2, it does have feeder number 2. Feeder number 2 is what PNM is already considering closed. So PNM would not recommend adding any more renewable energy sources to that type of feeder.
Olga, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't think the message is clear. I'm sorry.
It's not. We might as well stop and maybe go on and. Miguel, can you work on this? Oh, actually,
yeah.
Has it stopped? I don't think so. Well, it's not so bad. Dr. Lavrova, you want to? No, it's still. It seems to be coming. Well, I don't know. Maybe we should just proceed with what you were going to show us and see, and we'll get back to that later. And I'd like to ask Miguel. I'm not hearing it right now, but Miguel, is there anything you can do? Is Miguel on the line? Or in the room? Is Miguel in the hearing room? Commissioner
Bill is.
Bill. Is there anything they can do?
Video. Maybe that will help. And I heard that Leon joined. Maybe Leon can introduce that 3-feeder scenario.
Sorry, I couldn't understand.
Yeah, that didn't help. It's the audio.
Here on our system, you mean?
No, it's Professor Lebova's.
So I put in chat. If Leon can introduce the feeders, that will work. Leon, would you like to introduce?
Yeah, but it would take a while.
Yeah. Let's see. Do you want to try the video you're going to put on? If it doesn't work, then we might have to have you back another week or something to finish. It totally obscures your words.
While the video's playing, you might want to call in.
In this video, I am going to be demonstrating how to use this methodology to find the hosting capacity for 3 distribution feeders. Those 3 distribution feeders are stored in this folder.
It's inaudible.
And we have
Right.
4 bus distribution feeder, 105 bus distribution feeder, and a 123 bus distribution feeder. Each of those buses are represented by 4 CSV files that will be fed into the drive tool.
This is a demo.
The drive tool has also been installed on this computer.
I'm sorry, Dr. Leprova, we can't understand.
The user will have
I will stop the video then, because I'm really sorry. I'm not sure what is the problem with the video. Then I will stop it.
Can somebody turn it off?
I turn it off.
Oh, okay. But it's, okay, good. Well, I don't know what to think, Dr. Leprova. It's, but, I wonder if we should postpone your presentation until next week. If there's nobody who can help you on your end and it's.
I wonder if it's just my internet connection, and as you know, it's our internet connection qualities.
Well, I kind of wonder that because it seems to be happening when I'm speaking too. Do
I think Hans needs to get control of his drawings.
Yeah. Hans, are you available?
I have very limited capabilities regarding feedback here. Let me try something though. Chairman, I'm going to mute you. And if it's just Olga talking, let's see the amount of feedback.
So how about now? Is this any better? Or no?
Now, unfortunately, there's still some sort of feedback going on.
Nothing else here. So
I am going to do a couple other mutings to try to find the source here.
So I put it in chat if there was so Leon and PNM could answer the question about 3 feeders. And the video, we can just submit the video as a separate material for the minutes. That is better.
I believe you said we might try it in a different meeting. Is that what you said, Dr. Leprova?
I'm happy to present again.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I think we should do that. We should postpone this for now and she'll come back another week when we have this bug worked out. Thank you so much, Dr. Leprova. I'm sorry for this problem. And it may not be you at all. It may continue. I sound like it will right now, actually. Okay, let's move on. Let's see if we can move on in the agenda. The next presentation will be by Mr. Larry Duran of the Public Utility Commission of Colorado. And the topic is Disaster Preparedness ESF-12 model. And I'm just curious which commissioner had introduced this. We usually mention
Madam
that.
Chair?
Yes.
This is kind of my agenda item. If I could just tee it up for a minute.
Please do. That would be very nice. Thank you.
Yes, while attending cybersecurity training hosted by NARUC and underwritten by the Department of Energy, we were in the Denver area, and during the course of that training, we met Mr. Larry Duran, who is a risk assessment specialist with the Colorado PUC. And it seems to me that Colorado is much further along in cybersecurity in terms of ensuring that their utilities have robust cybersecurity plans. And I think one thing that struck me in the training was the relationship between the Protective Security Officer under Department of Homeland Security, the PUC, the Department of Energy, even NARUC. And so I felt that Larry Duran would be a credible subject matter expert on cybersecurity that can help us here in New Mexico, help us learn from the Colorado experience as we move forward in getting assurances from our own utilities that they have cybersecurity covered. So that's what we hope to get from Larry Duran this morning, Madam Chair.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Well, let's just proceed. Mr. Duran, are you ready? I see you there.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Do you have slides to present?
I do not have but one slide, but I would like to just step through the information I'd like to share based on what Commissioner Maestas has just mentioned.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Well, first of all, Commissioners, I want to thank you for this opportunity to share Colorado Public Utilities Commission's disaster preparedness program to include the Emergency Support Function 12 model. And a special thanks to Commissioner Maestas for this invitation and for attending the NARUC cybersecurity event in Denver. It certainly was a pleasure. A little bit of background, PUC is one of 11 agencies that reside within the Department of Regulatory Agencies. I have been with the PUC for a little over 12 years. And as Commissioner Maestas mentioned, the role that I have at the Colorado PUC is twofold. First is the risk assessment specialist that was mentioned. And secondly, I'm also the Emergency Support Function 12 or ESF 12, representing energy when the Colorado's State Emergency Operations Center is activated. As far as experience is concerned, I have over 20 years experience installing all levels of IT platforms up to and including the IBM mainframe systems. So I really do have a really good appreciation for cyber mitigation for the IT and OT side of the house. I also served as the US West Quest Corporate Director for disaster preparedness for the company for a number of years with worldwide operations responsibilities. And that was before my retirement from that company. Lastly, I hold master's level certifications from the Disaster Recovery Institute in New York, and also from the Business Continuity Institute in London. As far as PUC's disaster preparedness program, let me just start off by saying that in Colorado, as you may be aware, we have 57 electric utilities that serve 64 counties here in Colorado. 2 IOUs, Xcel Energy being the largest of the two with 1.4 million customers of the 5.9 million residents that are here in Colorado. And today, when we have an adverse utility impact, we have an ideal situation between the PUC and utilities where most utilities will proactively reach out to the PUC and provide reports on outages or impacts to their operations. And conversely, when we reach out to them, they readily accommodate us with our requests as well. So how did we get such good collaborative relationship that we are enjoying today? Well, let me back up a little bit. Back in 2010, and armed with the information from the Idaho National Laboratory of 2007, where they did the Aurora generator test, which you may recall brought down a generator with a cyber attack, we embarked on the development of Colorado's Energy Assurance and Emergency Plan. This is where it began when we invited power companies to join us in planning for both natural and cyber attacks. What we did is we immediately recognized that this represented a great opportunity to expand and reinforce our public and private partnerships. We coordinated and basically expanded that by holding multiple workshops throughout the state with utilities to collect their input and get their buy-in in, and also help in developing the Colorado Energy Assurance and Emergency Plan, which I'll refer to as CEAEP. During these workshops, we strongly advocated collaboration both before, during, and after a disastrous event. before, because obviously when we're involved in the early stages of planning, that always is a better place to start, especially prior to an adverse event occurring. We also indicated that we're also available as a resource during disasters, where we could provide resources that they may need to reduce the window of impact as the disaster is occurring. And of course, after the event, when we're there in the recovery phase, where we are able to make references and contacts to assist with FEMA grants and other potential resources that they can leverage for the recovery of some of their impacts of the disaster. During these workshops, one of the critical things that we really appreciate is that we were able to establish critical points of contact, especially at the leadership level, which is obviously vital for getting in touch with the utilities whenever there's a major impact. As we were engaging with these CEAP discussions with our stakeholders, we got to know their individual service territories and demographics quite well, along with their energy infrastructure in more detail. We also got to know, as we were discussing with the local contacts, we got introductions to many of the local government contacts within each county as well. We learned about how each county executes their emergency response during disasters, and also how they follow up with their individual recovery efforts. And what we found is obviously each is unique in terms of how they want to approach based on their structure within the power company itself. This resulted in the establishment of great working relationships with the utility and also with the local county EOCs. Finally, one of the things that we learned about our engagement with a number of the utilities throughout the state is we learned that many could use assistance during adverse events that they were experiencing in their service territories, but they were unaware of the existing State Emergency Operations Center processes that were in place, which could have provided support during the events that were impacting their infrastructure. So after a rather fruitful 18 months, we were able to complete the Colorado Energy Assurance Plan in 2012. So approximately 18 months is the length of our engagement with the utilities, which once again really proved to be very beneficial as far as working together as a team before, during, and after events that occur. One of the big improvements that we relish today is not only did we establish great collaboration, but we also have great two-way communication as well. As a result of that, to go beyond the development of the State Emergency Operation Plan, we have here at the PUC have taken some additional steps, and we are now sharing cyber and other security intelligence with the Chief Information Security Officers or other utility points of contact so that the utilities can benefit from this information as the PUC receives it. Some time ago, following the development of the Colorado Energy Assurance and Emergency Plan, and in order to reinforce our cyber and other threat intelligence sources, the PUC has since established security-related contacts and received threat information from a number of different sources on a regular basis. Derek Booth, for example, is my contact with the U.S. Secret Service. We have information coming from our contacts at the FBI. And as Commissioner Maestas mentioned, we also have great relationships with the DHS and receive critical information from that organization as well. The Cybersecurity and Information or Infrastructure Security Agency is another source of our information. Here in Colorado, we have the Colorado Information and Analysis Center. And of course, nationwide, as you folks do as well, we also receive information from the electric sector, ISAC as well. We get information from the Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response Agency, or CESAR. Here within Colorado, we have a contact within the Cyber Command within the National Guard that we are able to go ahead and receive information from.
Mr. Duran, I have a question.
Oh, certainly.
These are impressive, a number of types of and variety of sources that you get information from. Are they something that's sort of like a daily feed of places in the country or something where there have been threats observed, or is it just Colorado specific information you receive? And is it something that just gives you a sense of what's going on around you, or is it more specific to your particular system?
Well, that's a good question. When the information comes across, which may be impacting another region in the country, but it's actually impacting the electric infrastructure in another part of the country, say, for example, a cyber-related incident, what we do is we take the information from the FBI or Secret Service or wherever the source comes from, and we reach out to the local utilities here in the state of Colorado. Xcel Energy, for example, is the CISO that we reach out to and say, are you aware of this impact that's occurring in one of your peer utilities in, say, Massachusetts or Florida or Colorado or California or wherever the impact happens to be? And we have that discussion about, yes, they are. They get the same information from their sources, or it may be that they have not received it, and we are in a position to provide that in advance. So that gives them a heads up that they need to kind of reach out and do a little more research in terms of what's occurring with their partner utility in that agency, in that area where it happens to be occurring. So it all depends on who the first recipient is of that information. I guess the important thing is that we share what we receive. And in most cases, I should say that the IOUs, for example, they've already gotten that information as well. But this is just a confirmation that we're on the same page.
See, thank you very much.
You bet. In addition, as an additional within state resource, we also have a cybersecurity division within the Colorado Office of the Information Technology. This is the agency that supports all of the state systems within the state of Colorado. So, this is just one area that we focus on in terms of our integration with the utilities within the state of Colorado. But we also have matured our relationship to the point where we actually participate in some of the utilities' disaster recovery and cyber recovery exercises as well within the utility. Here's an example. Some time ago, I participated in an Xcel Energy cyber exercise at their respective energy operations center. And the CIO and I, as part of our after action assessment on lessons learned following the exercise, we asked the question, would there be any benefit to having a cybersecurity center separate but integrated with the main grid monitoring control center? And the answer to that was yes. What they did is they invested into that cyber defense center, and it became a reality just recently, a few years ago. And now they have a staff of several CISSP certified individuals who are able to do forensics on cyber threats to their operations. So that really was an enhancement to their overall tracking and monitoring of threats that were coming into their respective networks.
Oh, I have a question there. Is that an entity that's separate from all the utility, all the IOUs, or are you saying it was separate from one particular IOU? Could you just clarify that for me, please?
Yeah.
You said it was separate from what exactly?
What I meant to say is that within Xcel Energy, that was a separate unit that tied into the respective network or grid operations center. So that way, whenever there is a threat that appears to be occurring based on the experts that are tracking grid types of threats, they're able to bring that to the attention of the operations center so they could be aware that they need to be on their guard for anything that is unusual that they monitor on a day-to-day operations basis.
And that function was previous to being separate. Where was it? Or did it not yet exist?
It did not yet exist.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it did not. Yeah, that was
I understand.
Yeah, that was an enhancement. This was quite a number of years ago because we at the PUC were taking a look at some of the threats, and quite frankly, we kind of envisioned, this is going to be a growing threat, not only to the electric industry, but all industries as we've observed today. A second example of a cyber terrorist exercise that I wanted to share is that we participated in is the nationwide NERC ES ISAC Grid X5 exercise that occurred in 2019. Once again, it was a joint exercise that we partnered with Xcel Energy on. And what resulted in that is we had a member of the National Governors Association, staff member who was actually on site in the EOC, that was able to observe the entire exercise as we, the PUC, sat in Xcel Energy's Emergency Operations Center as the scenario was unfolding. And the staff member observed the coordination, the synergy, and the collaboration between the PUC ESF 12, which is the role that I have, and the utility, which obviously the NEGA staff member was observing in terms of how we manage the impacts to the grid as the injects of the scenario were being introduced during the course of the exercise. So as it turned out, because of that observation made by the NGA, we were requested to include Xcel Energy to present in Washington, D.C. to NGA staff members, along with other federal and state agencies that were present in that respective after action readout of the Grid X5. So that was really a good indication that we were doing the right thing in terms of partnering and working together with the exercises, which could ultimately end up being a real world event. Now that, I guess, overall at a high level is basically what we do for our disaster preparedness program as far as engagement with utilities and working with them in terms of exercises and planning and discussions as far as the kinds of things we need to work together on. When the governor actually activates the State Emergency Operations Center, then it's an all hands on deck, and I assume a full onboard ESF 12 role. And during that activation, if a utility or multiple utilities request assistance from the SEOC while we're sitting there at the ESF 12 role with PUC responsibility for that, if we get requests for assistance because of cyber incidents, after they've exhausted all the resources within the utility, then we would reach out to those agencies I'd mentioned earlier to see if they could provide any security resources or expertise to assist these utilities as they can in resolving the cyber-related issues, whether they be viruses or they ransomware or whatever the case happens to be. So that I feel pretty good about that type of relationship that we have with those cyber agencies, and the fact that they're willing to go ahead and provide assistance once we reach out to them whenever we need to provide assistance to the respective utilities. You know, in addition to cyber issues and cyber mitigation, and like New Mexico, we have our share of other types of disasters as well, and to include, as New Mexico has recently experienced, major wildfires. In 2012, for example, at one point in time, we had 26 wildfires burning concurrently within the state. And after almost immediately completing the CEAP, as I mentioned earlier, following the 18-month development, we at the ESF 12 role had to demonstrate the support and collaboration that we had committed to with the utilities impacted by coordinating and directing firefighting resources. For example, to protect high voltage transmission lines that would have knocked out power to multiple substations for multiple REAs. In many instances, we track the direction, as you do in New Mexico, of where the fire is headed. And in those types of instances, we try to work with the Colorado Fire Prevention and Control Division to make them aware that if there's a high voltage transmission line in the path, are they able to provide additional resources to help protect those lines so that we don't have that type of impact to the
Durant, I have a question here too.
Sure.
I want to make sure I'm understanding you right. Are you saying you as a PUC function, your division or whatever it's called, has an ability to see into the IOU systems to track where they're having outages or whatever in relation to wildfires? Or when you say you're tracking the wildfires, what does that mean exactly? And then how does this cybersecurity function enhance wildfire tracking from your agency standpoint? I mean, in terms of what technology do you use?
Well, let me address the wildfire issue first. When the State Emergency Operations Center is activated in Colorado, we actually have a contact where we receive information from the Colorado Fire Prevention and Control, who are actually on the front lines, providing updates to where the fire is and what the impact is to the geographic area of where they deploy resources. So that information is fed into the State Emergency Operations Center when it is activated. That information is shared among all those respective contacts within the State Emergency Operations Center, to which I'm a part of, and therefore I receive that information firsthand. So that helps me. Secondly, and I was going to mention this a little bit later, but there are tools that help track the fires real time as well, that we use within the state of Colorado, that help us as a GIS pictorial, where we can actually.
Those are tools that your agency possesses, right?
Yeah, it's tools that we are able to go ahead and use that are available within the State Emergency Operations Center here in Colorado. So we have multiple sources of information where we gather data in terms of where the fire is, what direction it's headed, and what infrastructure might be at risk.
Okay, so it's not PUC tools, it's the emergency response entity in Colorado's tools. But as a result of them tracking whatever they track, they provide that information very quickly to the PUC. Is that correct?
That's correct. And once again, because I am with the PUC as an employee, the role that I have, in addition to the risk mitigation specialist, is that of the ESF 12 role, where I am designated to sit as a member of the State Emergency Operation team whenever there's an activation for an event.
Okay, I see.
So that's the second hat that I wear whenever there's an activation and an event occurring.
I see. Thank you. That's very clarifying. Thank you.
You bet. So anyway, that was just one example of where we kind of help protect the grid infrastructure in that series of wildfires that occurred in 2012. And I mentioned that specifically because of the number of fires that were going on and the risks to the level of infrastructure that we were experiencing at the time. And the following year wasn't any better for the state of Colorado. As you may recall, we had a horrendous flood that impacted 26 counties, and all the utilities that were providing support to the counties impacted were using all their own resources to be able to go ahead and try to deal with that disaster, which basically rendered the mutual aid agreements that were in place unexecutable, because everyone was using their own resources and were not able to provide their counterparts in other counties any support. So with the activation of the State Emergency Operations Center, and once again, with the role of the ESF 12, we were able to reach out to other sources to provide requests to meet some of the utilities' needs, to include, for example, pole transport vehicles, pole diggers, and other resources that were being requested. Another valuable tool that is available at the State Emergency Operations Center is what's referred to as the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, or EMAC, as it's referred to at the SEOC. EMAC is a nationwide state network for interstate assistance requests. So if we had needs that exceeded state resources, we could actually put in a request on that system, and every state in the country would receive that request, and whoever was able to meet that request would chime in and respond and say, hey, we can help you out with what your request is. So that is yet another resource that we're able to use, that ESF 12 has access to go ahead and bring in resources to help for disasters that may be occurring within the state of Colorado. So anyway, that's two examples. The last one I want to mention is obviously the one that everyone has heard about, and that is the Marshall Fire that occurred in December of last year. As you recall, over 1,000 homes were burned and there was massive destruction. The reason why I bring that up is because during that fire, we actually had critical damage to some of the natural gas infrastructure as well. We had several gas compressor stations that were extensively damaged as well. So we had to step in and help, and we were able to go ahead and coordinate resources for safe entry and get authorization from the Colorado Fire Prevention and Control so that utilities could enter that restricted area and make repairs to that those natural gas compressor stations. And the reason why that was needed is because the area was still restricted. It was considered a hotspot, but the repair of those natural gas compressors was critical. So had that not taken place, an entire mountain region here in Colorado with thousands of customers would have been without natural gas for several days, with freezing temperatures in the forecast that we were experiencing during the month of December. So once again, that was another critical role where we were able to come in and provide assistance to be able to go ahead and assist the utility to provide gas where it was needed because of that current situation that existed as a result of that Marshall Fire. So with that, I think that brings me to a close. So once again, I want to thank you for your time and the opportunity to share the Colorado Public Utilities Disaster Program and also the role of the SF12 model. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Duran. This was very, very interesting and gives us quite a bit of food for thought. And I, for one, really, really appreciate it. I don't know if any of the commissioners feel that way, but I think this was quite informative. So I really appreciate it.
No, you're welcome.
And thank you, Vice Chair Maestas, for inviting Mr. Duran. Good thinking.
You bet, Madam Chair. And we'll be bringing some more information to this commission. Some of the things that we've already done is Christopher Hall and I, we had a Zoom meeting with Mr. George Reeves. He's a security advisor with the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency. He covers New Mexico. And we also met with Sarah Gamble. She is the Protective Security Advisor with Department of Homeland Security. So you can see that Colorado's a little farther ahead than New Mexico in terms of implementing cyber governance and planning. And quite frankly, they're much further ahead in assessing and evaluating systems and capabilities. And so I think we're on our way to establishing the same level of collaboration that Colorado enjoys with all the players, federal, state, local, and utilities. So more to come.
Okay, wonderful. That's good to hear. Thank you so much, Vice Chair. So we'll move on now. Our next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. We have, let's see. We have 5 items listed and 1 has been removed. So let's see, Mike, can you read the captions out?
Yes, Madam Chair, the consent, I'm sorry, it sounded like somebody was trying to speak.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Judy, did you have something to say?
No,
Okay.
except as Hans already indicated, it's 22-00250 rather than 21-00250 UT.
Yeah, we caught that. Yeah.
So the consent action items consist of transportation matter 22-00256 TRM. It's in the matter of the application of People's Home Care LLC for a certificate to provide non-emergency medical transport service and that's a potential order regarding the application. Case utility matters are case 22-00197 UT in the matter of the formal complaint of Gerald Walrek against Public Service Company of New Mexico. It is a potential order on the formal complaint. My understanding is that case 21-269 will stay on the consent, subject to comment from Commissioner Fishman. So that is case 21-00269 UT in the matter of the application of El Paso Electric Company for approval of a grid modernization project to implement an advanced metering system project, advice notice number 274, original rate number 246, advanced metering system rider, revised rate number 15, miscellaneous service charges, and original form 42 for opt-out provision and fees. This is a potential order regarding the certification of stipulation. Then case 22-00250 UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company, Inc. for a variance from Rule 17.10.640 NMAC for its October 2022 gas cost factor statement. That's a potential final order on the variance. And then the case 22-00271 UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company, Inc. for a variance from Rule 17.10.640 NMAC for its November 2022 gas cost factor statement. That's a potential final order on the variance.
Thank you very much, Michael. Commissioners, any discussion before we vote on this? I need a motion, by the way, but do we have any discussion before I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Mike, will you take the vote?
Madam Chair, I think Commissioner Fishman wanted to offer some comments on the EPE.
Oh, that's correct. Please do, Commissioner Fishman.
Okay,
I apologize.
What I liked about this particular AMI proposal is that there's a very specific schedule for getting rate programs and demand response programs in place using the AMI capabilities. And I wanted to thank the interveners for making sure that that happened. Still a challenge that EPE hasn't, or none of our utilities have really demonstrated any enthusiasm or commitment to getting demand response and EOU rates that are broadly used in place. So that might still be a challenge, but at least we've got commitments that they're going to do that in a short time frame, and that this $45 million investment won't be sitting there only partially used. My conversations with other jurisdictions have indicated lots of disappointment with how quickly or how slowly utilities have managed to utilize the broad spectrum of AMI capabilities. And let's not have that happen here in New Mexico. So anyway, as we look forward to other AMI and grid mod cases, I, for one, will be looking for similar provisions that basically state a schedule and give some milestones for being sure that we use those AMI capabilities. And that's it. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. And I want to echo those remarks. I was very pleased to see the approach taken by the company insofar as you described. It was clearly organized to permit advancement and demand response, which I thought is a breath of fresh air. And also I thought it was very good that the utility stood their ground, with criticism about whether or not to have an opt-in or, well, just criticism of the opt-out program. But I think opt-out is a necessary approach. And I think they'll probably see much better participation. They will see more participation from it. And but I believe they will probably see customer appreciation for that as well. So I share your feelings that this is certainly a hopeful filing. And I do expect, I fully expect other utilities to be paying attention, and I hope they have the same approach going forward.
So, and Madam Chair, one final comment. EPE did agree to this stipulation, and I want to give them credit for stepping up and doing that. It may not have been in their original proposal, but when it was brought up, it got included. And I want to thank EPE for doing that and being open to it and recognizing it. And they deserve credit for that.
I wholeheartedly agree. Ms. Amory, are you about to say something? You look like you were.
No, I'm just preparing for the next agenda item.
All right, fine. Thank you very much. All right, so I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
We already have a motion and a second, Madam Chair.
Great. Okay, that's right. We're taking a vote. So Mike, can you proceed?
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, did we lose Commissioner Vicente Aguilar? I can't see all the screens, so I'm not sure if she still shows on there. I will go.
Her phone's still on.
I see a telephone number. You might be having trouble connecting. Go back to her.
I'll go to Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
And Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
And does
Michael?
Yes, I think we just got Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
So we have 5 votes in the affirmative, and the consent action items are approved.
Thank you very much, Michael. Okay, moving on to the regular agenda. Our first matter is to be presented by Judith Amer. It's case number 21-00128 UT in the matter of a commission rulemaking regarding NMPRC Rule 17.7.3 NMAC on integrated resource plans and procurement procedures. Judith Amer will be presenting the potential final order upon reconsideration. So Judy, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. This matter comes before you today in the above captioned case upon a September 14th, 2022 final order adopting amendments to Rule 17.7.3 pertaining to the filing of integrated resource plans and procurements by electric utilities. It also comes before you upon the October 14th filing by PNM, EPE, and October 17th by SPS of their motions for rehearing. And upon the October 14th, 2022 filing by EPE of a motion to reopen the record and present new evidence, upon an order dated October 19th, setting a response schedule, upon responses filed on October 24th, 2022, and last week, October 26th, 2022, order which partially granted and partially denied the motions for rehearing. I went through the motions for rehearing and the responses in detail last week, and just to refresh everyone's memory, there were, I believe, 5 areas that the Commission decided to reconsider And what I will be presenting to you today is Exhibit D, which has the new language for your approval, and it relates to those 5 areas. So the 5 areas were whether and how to limit the required number of model runs and access to modeling software to a reasonable level and cost recovery for licensing fees. 2, whether and how to define the role, authority, and selection process of the appointed stakeholder process facilitator and cost recovery for the facilitator. 3, whether and how to require utilities to provide the technical characteristics of new resources in the statement of need rather than the type of new resources. 4, whether and how to amend certain rule language to appropriately reflect that there will be an evaluation of bids by utilities rather than the final order rules requirements to quote rank bids. 5, I believe there's 6 issues, sorry. 5, whether and how to lengthen the time from 75 days to 120 or 145 days to provide the independent monitor with an evaluation of proposals in the RFP. And 6, whether and how to grant exemptions for emergency procurements, temporary procurements, and or procurements, small procurements, instead of requiring utilities to apply for variances for those procurements. The remainder of the issues raised by the motions for rehearing filed by PNM, EPE, and SBS were denied for the reasons expressed in the order as stated in Interwest's and Onward's responses. In addition, as you recall, the October 26th order denied EPE's motion to reopen the record. So at this point, I request that Patrick screen share the Exhibit D so that the commission and everyone, the public, will be able to see the proposed language to address these 6 issues. For your information, deletions are stricken out, and new material is in red, just simply for the ease of this discussion. And so I will start first with the issue regarding 17.7.3.9 facilitated stakeholder process, IRP process. And you may recall that PNM especially had numerous questions about the specifics of how was the commission finding a facilitator, procuring a facilitator, what was the role of the facilitator, what was the cost recovery for the facilitator. And so if
Judy, I have a question. Could you please, or maybe it's not you, whoever's running the screen, Hans, maybe, can you make the print a little larger? Can you expand the document? Okay, that's better. That's good. Thank you very much.
So can we move down to the red language? As you may recall, the utilities objected to 5 modeling runs per staff or stakeholder. As you also may recall, the NMPRC rule simply said perform a reasonable number of modeling runs, and then this change would go back to the NMPRC version to state just a reasonable number of modeling runs. And the commission would be at this point deciding not to set a specific number. And of course, this is up for discussion, but that Commissioner Fishman and Commissioner Hall at least believe that a reasonable number was a sufficient direction, and we really have a specific basis for deciding a particular number, and that therefore it was the least arbitrary and capricious to set a number and just say a reasonable number. Then go on to the red funding for the utilities payment for the licensing fees associated with the modeling runs shall be treated as a regulatory asset to be recovered through rates established in the utilities next general rate proceeding. This language models the language that we have already adopted for the independent monitor, the funding of the independent monitor. Next, and then we can discuss this when I finish this section of the rule. B, in selecting the facilitator, and let me preface this by stating this language also models the language that the commission already adopted for selection of the independent monitor. However, I'll start over again. B, in selecting the facilitator, the commission through its designee may solicit recommendations of the names of independent firms or individuals that demonstrate independence from public utilities supplying electric service in the state, their affiliates, and likely bidders, and demonstrate the qualifications, expertise, and experience to perform the functions of, there's a typo, of a facilitator as provided in this rule. The commission will comply with the New Mexico Procurement Code in its solicitation of a facilitator. 1, the facilitator shall provide a statement of interest to the commission which discloses any contracts or other economic arrangements of any kind between the facilitator and any investor-owned electric utility or affiliate within the last 4 years. And 2, the facilitator shall notify the commission and utility of any perceived or actual conflicts that arise during the course of the facilitation process. Then C, the commission through its designee shall develop a standard form of contract between a facilitator and the commission that requires the facilitator in consultation with the utility to issue notice of and to host and moderate the stakeholder meetings, including but not limited to preparing the agenda and acting as the coordinator between the utilities presentation and the stakeholders, that should have an apostrophe after it, questions. And then, I have, this looks like it. I have the statement about the funding at C. Maybe it's better there and not further up like I had it. So at this point, I stand for questions just on this particular revision to 17.7.3.9, the facilitated stakeholder process. And before questions, I just want to state that P&M had asked to lengthen the process from 6 months, but Commissioners Fishman and Hall both strongly believe that 6 months is sufficient, and in addition, the IRP process should be really as quick as possible so that the information filed by the utility in their IRP application does not become stale. And frequently in the past, with many of the IRP applications, the process is taking years and the information has become stale. So with that, I stand for questions.
Commissioners, any questions related to this final language, proposed final language? Commissioner Fishman?
There, I'm unmuted. one comment, Judy. When we were putting this together, in terms of getting names of potential facilitators, we discussed the idea that we would get ideas not just from the utilities, but also from participating parties. I don't see that there. It
Well,
looks like it didn't
I
get
don't
in-
know if the first part, and we can change this obviously, but the first sentence in B, in selecting the facilitator, the commission through its designee may solicit recommendations of the names of independent firms.
from
From-
public utilities.
Oh,
but
I
didn't
see.
say from other organizations participating.
Oh, wait a minute.
From
So
public utility.
No, that demonstrate independence from public utilities supplying electric service in the state or their affiliates and elected bidders. It demonstrates the qualifications. That the from public utilities, I think modifies.
Oh, you're
Perhaps
right.
after the word recommendation, we could add from the utilities and all.
No, actually, you're okay. I misread that. It's my fault. Cynthia, thank you for catching that.
You're welcome.
As I said, this does mirror the language in the independent monitor section of, so
Yep.
it's not new language. It's not really new language.
Yeah, we're good. My bad.
Okay. Other commissioners, any comments or questions? I just wanted to remark, thank you, Judy. This is a good presentation, and I particularly on the point of not designating a certain number of runs, and rather using the language that the parties that, within any case can determine a reasonable number. You mentioned that would be the least arbitrary. I think that's not the arbitrary. That is not arbitrary to say reasonable, because that's our objective in all cases for parties to behave reasonably. So I think that's the choice that is not arbitrary. And unfortunately, we have no data to support picking any particular number. We have no basis for picking a number. So that was my preference in using that language, because to me it seems a lot more in line with our obligation to be a commission that does not take arbitrary action. So
Yes, Commissioner, I completely agree with what you just said. It is the least arbitrary.
No, it's not even on the scale of arbitrary, I think.
That's true.
Not arbitrary.
Yeah, it's not arbitrary.
Yeah.
And if there are no other comments, I can go on to the next change.
Yes.
PNM and SPS both stated that instead of in the statement of needs 17.7.3.10, instead of stating simply types of new resources, they wanted technical characteristics of any proposed new resource to be procured. I think they requested that we delete types, but we decided, and of course this is up for debate, the types of new resources, and then to add the phrase including the technical characteristics of any proposed new resource to be procured. New resources, and the reason that plural is significant is the commission intends to make it clear that the utilities may procure a portfolio, do an all source procurement and get many resources. It doesn't have to be just one. And so I stand for questions on this change.
Commissioners, any questions on this change or
I'll
comments?
just make one comment, is that I think it's important to include the types, because to the public or readers who aren't expert, just looking at technical specs doesn't inform them very well. But if you say we need solar, we need wind, we need a battery, that's gives you a document that a broad audience can understand. And that's why it's important to leave types in there. So that was our reasoning.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Any other comments or remarks, questions? Hearing none, Judy, you can proceed.
Yes, next in 17.7.3.12, request for proposals process. The utilities all urged the commission to lengthen the number of days after the utility receives bids to provide the independent monitor with a ranking of the proposals. As I stated previously, the suggestions were 120 to 145 days. In addition, the utilities proposed changing the word ranking throughout 17.7.3.12 to evaluating. And we need to go through the rest of 17.7.3.12 to find the word ranking and change it to evaluating, but it will, looking at H, it says not later than 120 days rather than 75 after the utility receives bids for its projected needs. The utility shall provide the IM with the evaluation of proposals that meet the above stated criteria and a detailed description of price and non-price criteria, its preferred portfolio of resources, and any alternative portfolios designed to meet the identified needs within the planning period, along with a timeline for resource development. And so I stand for questions on this change.
Commissioners, any remarks on this point or questions? I just like to say, I think in looking at this request, it made a lot of sense to change from the word ranking to evaluation. And while I was not eager to extend the length of days, I was willing to do it. So the utilities have ample time to perform their evaluations. Any other questions, comments? So Judy, proceed, please.
And finally, we're coming to the issue of exemptions versus variances. And all of the utilities urged the commission to remove emergency procurements and procurements of capacity and or energy from the generation facilities of other utilities or from non-utility generators pursuant to agreements for a 2-year term or less, including renewal terms, or for 20 megawatts of capacity or less. Remove those two from the variance provisions of 17.7.3.17 and insert them into an automatic exemption under 17.7.3.16. And if you look at 17.7.3.16 exemptions, we added a B, which says filing of a notice of exemption. And this would just require the utility to file a notice of exemption that they shall be exempted from the requirements of the procurement provisions of this rule for the following procurements: emergency procurements and as I just stated, capacity and or energy from the generation facilities of other utilities or from non-utility generators pursuant to agreements for a 2-year term or less, or for 20 megawatts of capacity or less. And the commissioners were persuaded that these types of procurements may affect the functioning of reliability and provision of service to customers, and do not have to go through the more lengthy and detailed process of the competitive procurement part of the rule. And the emergency procurements are defined, and the other procurements, the 2-year or less or 20 megawatts or less, are very self-explanatory. And I stand for questions.
Commissioners, questions or comments, concerns? I just wanted to say that, yeah, upon examining these two items more closely, it just makes sense to have this be an exemption rather than the burden of having to file for a variance under certainly under emergency procurements, and also for requests for facilities for a 2-year term or less, or for 20 megawatts or less. But we want the utilities to, retain a level of nimbleness when resource adequacy is an issue. So I think this was the right thing to do here. So Judy, you can proceed. Are there any other?
At this point, I do not have any other changes except for finding the word rank in the rest of the procurement rule and changing it to evaluate or evaluating, depending on how the sentence requires. And with that, the proposed order would adopt another version of the rule with these modifications. So, as I said, I stand for questions, and the commission can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Judy. All right,
Madam Chair?
commissioners, yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like there's much controversy around these. I think we struck a good balance of addressing the utilities' concerns and needs, but also pushing forward to make the IRP a more relevant document for regulators instead of just the kind of an exercise that gets stuck on a shelf. And with that, I'd like to move the order.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Fishman. I'll second it. So commissioners, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this matter before
Madam
we vote?
Chair, I'd just
Yes,
like to
Vice
echo
Chair
what
Maestas.
Commissioner Fishman said. I think that these changes are directly responsive to the comments that we received on the rule. So I think it does strike a good balance, and I'm prepared to support it.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Maestas. Okay, hearing no further discussion, Michael, can you take the roll?
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Order is approved 5-0.
Madam Chair, one final comment.
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
I wanted to thank Commissioner Maestas for bringing up the facilitator issue in addition to the utilities doing it. I think that helped push us along in our openness to addressing that issue. So just a quick thanks and acknowledgement to Commissioner Maestas.
I agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, commissioners, for supporting this rule. It was a long time coming, but I think it'll bear fruit and help both the utilities and the communities in New Mexico with better response, with better planning. So let's move on to the next agenda item.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
is there any way we can maybe have a brief bio break before the
yeah,
next?
Sure. Let's do that. Let's see. I've got 11:23 right now. Why don't we? Do you want to come back at 11:35? Is that good? 11:30.
11:30 is fine.
Okay, 11:30.
And Madam Chair, this is Russell.
Yes.
Since all of you are taking a break, please check your emails. I've sent you the proposed order. I'm sorry how late it is. My computer is running very slowly.
Okay.
So that'd be a good idea to check your email at that time. It's
Okay,
already.
great. All right. Thanks very much, Russell. Okay, well, take a break. We'll come back at 11:30. Hello. I have 11:31. I think we'll resume our meeting. Do we have the other commissioners present? Anybody hear me?
We can hear you, Commissioner. Madam
Okay,
Chair.
great. Okay, great. Thanks. All right, so let's proceed. We're on item number 7 on the agenda. It's 3 case numbers, 22-00020 UT, 22-00240 UT, and 22-00243 UT. Let's see, the first one, 2022 00020 UT is in the matter of the implementation and administration of the community solar program. Let's see. And I believe 22-00240 UT is in the matter of the compliance filing of Southwestern Public Service Company pursuant to 17.9.573.9 NMAC. And I believe 22-00243 UT is application of El Paso Electric Company for approval of tariffs necessary for implementation of the New Mexico Community Solar Program and accounting order. We have presentations by Christopher Dunn of staff, Russell Fisk of General Counsel's Office, and Arthur O'Donnell, our DOE fellow, on the potential procedural order. This is called the Utility Division Staff's presentation of its recommendations concerning advice notices, potential order concerning staff's recommendations, potential order concerning Southwestern Public Service Company's motion to vacate and motion to stay in the alternative, and conditional advice notice filing under protest, a potential procedural order. So with that, I will hand it over to, it appears Christopher Dunn is prepared to address us first with his report, staff's presentation and recommendations. Mr. Dunn, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to see you all once again and be back here to speak to you. Second time in, I believe, 4 meetings. So I'm starting to assume that you all like hearing from me at this point.
We do.
Excellent. Well, just for the record, once again, my name is Christopher Dunn. I'm an economist with the Economics Bureau of the Utility Division, and I am a member of staff that's reviewed each of the applications from the utilities regarding their community solar implementation. I'll give my recommendations, and kind of first, by way of background, I'm going to review where we've been so far. Of course, the July 12th, 2022 publication of the Commission's rules had a requirement that within 60 days of publication, the utilities would file their necessary tariffs, forms, and agreements that were required for implementation of the community solar program. SPS did submit their filings on September 12th, and after a brief extension, both PNM and EPE also submitted their filings on September 14th. As you may recall, EPE's initial filing was deficient of an advice notice, and the Commission ultimately ordered EPE to file that advice notice, which EPE did on September 26th. On October 6th, after reviewing all of the filing from the utilities, I did recommend via staff memo that the commission suspend each of the advice notices for the utilities. And on the October 12th open meeting, I did present to the commission my recommendations that each of the advice notices be suspended for various reasons. Subsequently, on October 12th, the commission did issue an order that rejected in part SPS's advice notice and suspended the advice notices for all three utilities. That same October 12th order required that by no later than October 14th, SPS must file an updated advice notice filing that was essentially compliant with commission's rules and did not deduct transmission costs from the total aggregate retail rate when calculating the community solar bill credit. SPS did file an updated advice notice, of course, under protest on October 14th. And additionally, the same commission order from October 12th also required that the utilities confer with staff and discuss the issues and topics of concern that staff had identified before filing additional information no later than October 20th. Staff did indeed confer with each of the utilities. I had an opportunity to meet with members, employees from each of the utilities via online meetings prior to their filing of any information. And with the employees present at those meetings, we discussed the issues staff had identified. And we also offered to each of the utilities a document that summarized any issues or concerns. The utilities did file additional information in response to staff's information requests on October 20th as well. So staff has reviewed all the filings made by all of the utilities, and I can say that I certainly appreciate the information that has been provided. I feel that the utilities did provide good information that allowed us to more thoroughly evaluate the filings that they had made. And I feel that the utilities did give good information on that. However, ultimately, while staff believes that the filings don't appear to directly violate any statute or commission rule, staff does believe that there are still issues that warrant further review and a document hearing for the commission for each of the utilities filings. I'll also note that both PNM and SPS in their filings referenced subsection 62-8-7D of the Public Utility Act and indicated that based on this subsection, they believe that a hearing must be granted to the utilities in these matters before they were required by the commission to make any changes to their filings, tariffs, and agreements for implementation of the community solar program. And so with all these things in mind, and for these reasons, staff recommends continued suspension of SPS's advice notice number 309, continued suspension of PNM's advice notice 591, and continued suspension of advice notice number 279 from UPB. Additionally, staff also recommends suspension of the SPS advice notice number 311 as well, in addition to the other previously submitted advice notices. And with that, I will conclude my remarks. And if there are any questions from the commissioners, or if you wish for me to go into further detail about my recommendations in any areas, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dunn. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Dunn on his presentation? We have
Madam
four
Chair.
different advice notices. They're still going to be suspended for further study, it appears. Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah. Christopher, can you tell us, or somebody, anybody, tell me what the impact of this is on the implementation timeline for community solar?
Commissioner Fishman, I can discuss that. This is Russell. I can discuss that now. I can also discuss it as part of the discussion of the proposed order, because the proposed order actually lays out these different aspects of the advice notices and what is critical in timing now, what will be critical in spring, as of spring of next year. So I can do that right now, but it will be part of my order as well.
Okay, we can cover it then. Just wanted to be sure.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Dunn? Hearing none, and I don't have any either. I think these memos are very clear, and I appreciate all the rationale that goes into why we should suspend for a further period of time for further study. And I like it when staff has scrutinized to the extent that they feel there needs to be further study. So I appreciate that, Mr. Dunn. Thank you very much. I guess, Russell, are you presenting next then?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I hope you had a chance to go to your email. I apologize for how late this order is. Of course, we were squeezed sort of on both sides. As in, this is something the commission should decide today. And I'll explain why.
I have
but
a
also,
question, actually, Russell. I see
yes.
Art is also listed. Should he present before you or not?
Arthur will answer any questions. Also, I will refer certain things to him because my order is very much based upon my discussion with Arthur yesterday. So I'll go first. So you'll see what the recommendations are and why. But Arthur will be able to give more support on some of the substantive issues and the timing issues behind that.
So are you going to be going through your proposed order?
Yes, it'll be very quickly since I don't have a memo. I do apologize. My laptop must have a virus because it's been very difficult to work with. I had to call into the meeting first today. But the proposed order is pretty simple and straightforward. Should I go ahead and begin discussing?
Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, the proposed order addresses not only staff's recommendations with regard to excuse me, the advice notices, four advice notices filed by the three qualifying utilities. Those are the three IOUs, but they're called qualifying utilities under the Community Solar Act. But it also addresses SPS's motion to vacate and motion to stay in the alternative. There's no, you heard Madam Chair say when she was going through the agenda that there's a proposed procedural order. There could be a potential procedural order, but there isn't at this point, and I'll explain why. So first of all, I'll go to, let's see, what page should I start with? Because I can do this fairly quickly, I guess. First, I'll just give a brief, the first few pages give a brief synopsis of how we got to today. And that is that the utilities filed their advice notices as per the rule. I'm not saying they were completely compliant with the rule. I'm just saying as per the rule, pursuant to the rule, that were to include all tariffs, forms, and agreements concerning community solar. So, something that's a number of different things are involved there, and even there are some different ideas about what needs to be included. But there seems to be general agreement about the agreements that need to be included in all three utilities, separate in all three utilities, dealings with the subscriber organizations and subscribing utility ratepayers. But there's some differences in what they're called, et cetera. So those were filed, except EPE had not filed one, and the commission ordered EPE to file one, so EPE has filed one. I guess that's before October 12th. So I'll start with October 12th. The last time the commission dealt with this was October 12th, and the commission issued an order concerning SPS's advice notice 309, PNM's advice notice 591, and EPE's advice notice 279. Those were the three initial advice notices filed with regard to community solar. As you heard Christopher Dunn say, the commission followed staff's recommendations to suspend all of those advice notices as more information was needed. And the commission suspended the advice notices and required information to be filed, as you heard Christopher Dunn say, by October 20th, and also for the utilities to confer with staff about that information so that they'd be providing the information that staff really needed. And they did that. Now you heard Christopher say there's still some issues, and I'll get to that. But another thing that the commission did in the October 12th order was to reject part of SPS's advice notice filing. That was 309. Just reject it outright, not the entire advice notice, because as I said, there are forms and agreements also that are at issue in these advice notices, but just the part concerning the solar bill credit tariff calculation, because, and the reason for that was that SPS had flagrantly disregarded the commission's rule, community solar rule, which explicitly states that the utility shall not deduct any transmission costs from the community solar bill credit. That's something that was a huge subject of debate. The utilities were united against the commission in the rulemaking, or against the they were united against that provision of the rule, that proposed provision, and the commission considered those arguments and decided to adopt it. So I'm not going to go into that dispute. The fact is the commission had decided it. The rule was issued with that requirement, and then SPS disregarded it. SPS does have an appeal pending in which they challenge that portion of the rule along with other portions. And they also filed a motion for stay with the commission, which the commission denied based on that dispute, and also some other criticisms that SPS has of the rule. The commission denied that motion, and SPS filed a motion with the court to have that considered. There hasn't been a decision of the court on that, so there's no stay. So the commission's rules in place. The commission is going forward with implementation, et cetera. So the three advice notices remain suspended, except that SPS was ordered to file by the end of that same week, October 14th, a conforming tariff, which they did. They filed a tariff that would not exclude, that would not deduct transmission costs. They filed it under protest. And, you know, there is as I said, the appeal pending, but they did file it. And they also filed the motion, which I will discuss at the end of this discussion. But first, I'm going to go into the advice notices and the further information that was received and staff's recommendations. I'm not going to go into detail. I'm just going to talk about how the order addresses those. As you heard from Christopher Dunn, staff recommends continued suspension for all three, and actually all four, because now SPS has two different advice notices. One is the portions of 309 that did not concern the solar bill credit calculation, because as I said, that was rejected. Those are suspended. So that's live. That's a live advice notice in the sense that it's suspended, not effective, but suspended. So there are things to be considered there. And then the new advice notice that was filed pursuant to the commission's order just concerns the solar bill credit, and that's number 311. So there are, and then of course each of the other two utilities has an advice notice. And they said the staff recommended that they remain suspended for further review, formal review, and a docket hearing or hearings before the commission or a hearing examiner, because there are issues raised not only by the utilities themselves, but also prior to the commission's issuance of its October 12th order, and there were filings by the City of Las Cruces, Renewable Energy Industries Association, Cypress Creek Renewables, and the Coalition for Community Solar Access that were against certain portions of the advice notices. So what will this order do? This order, if adopted, would deviate in one important way from staff's recommendations. Staff recommends completely suspending or having the advice notices remain suspended, and to suspend SPS's newly filed advice notice 311. That's the one that the commission ordered be filed on all issues. So there'd be a formal proceeding on all issues, all of the different types of filings, including the solar bill credit for all of them. This order would actually go ahead, but let the solar bill credits for all three utilities go into effect. And that would be the new one from SPS would be allowed to go into effect because the three tariffs do recognize the prohibition and follow the prohibition of the commission's rule on deduction of transmission costs from the solar bill credit. And also because, and this is something I can pass over to Arthur after I finish the discussion of this order, in that Arthur would say, and I think I'm going to go into the language now. So if you want to follow along, sorry, the findings of the commission, it's at paragraph 18. Actually, go to paragraph 19 because the first 18 is about the motion, which I'll discuss in a minute. But page 6. And since you haven't had a chance to read this, I'll actually read the language because it says exactly what I want to say to the commission.
Do you want to put it on the screen for us to see?
That'd be a good idea. Yes, yes. Hans, do you want to share it with me or should I send this? I can email this to, it might take a second though. I mean, email. Let me see. I'll try to forward it to Patrick. I guess Patrick has it. So see if I can do this quickly. My Outlook is not too slow. My Outlook is okay. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Here's a little slow. Here we go. Okay, not too bad. So, Patrick, I'm forwarding you this order, and you want to go to page 6. I'm copying Hans as well. And here we go. Okay. Actually, I'll just wait because again, I like to read directly from the order since you haven't seen the order, and it really says everything I need to say about the specific direction that the order would take us in. That'll get through there soon.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was going to say that if this was going to take a while, I could very briefly summarize kind of where the recommendation is going before Russell reads into that. Yeah.
Yes.
And thank you very much. And I very much appreciate Utility Division staff and Christopher Dunn's analysis of the advice notices. As we previously discussed, what the utilities filed basically had 3 components. One was the solar bill credit. The second was what essentially would be the subscriber organization agreements. In some cases, they were termed as power purchase agreements, and also a form for customers sharing of data, right, to allow the utilities to share necessary data and to allow the subscriber organizations to share necessary data. And then finally, each of the advice notices also included proposals for the rate riders. And this would be how the utilities would be able to recapture their administrative costs. Those 3 different elements are really have different sense of urgency. And the recommendation that I provided, and working with Commissioner Maestas and the other community solar team, is that the solar bill credit is the most important thing to get in place now, because that's the fundamental economic driver for whether people are going to bid into this program. There are still some questions about where those numbers came from. But they're very consistent with the numbers that we've seen developed all along. Throughout this proceeding, we've had 3 occasions where the utilities have presented to us their estimates for the solar bill credit. And with the exception of SPS's attempt to exclude the transmission cost from it, they're all fairly consistent. They've actually gotten better over time. So what we're seeing is that the solar bill credit, depending on which utility territory you're in and which customer class you're in, are ranging between 8.5 cents and 10.5 cents per kilowatt hour, which is consistent with community solar programs around the country, particularly Colorado. The important thing about getting them in place is so that there's some certainty among the developers. Now, I can come back and just say that these are not final numbers, right? The rule provides for the updating of the solar bill credit in each general rate case that comes up. And there are certain elements that really do deserve more scrutiny and refinement of the numbers, but we're not going to wait around for the next general rate cases, right? And I can explain kind of what those elements are. The second component is the subscriber organization agreements. And we got 3 very different forms of such an agreement, ranging from 13 pages to 90 pages, right, in length. Some of them very legalistic, some of them very minimalistic. At Commissioner Maesta's direction, the utilities have been meeting with me and Margie Tatro as facilitators to try and reach some more conformity in those agreements, right? So that, for instance, if I'm a developer and I'm trying to build a project in each of the 3 utility territories, right, that I don't face completely different types of rules that the utilities are imposing. And we have a program set out. We're meeting with the utilities weekly and expect that we can have some level of agreement on conformity, if not complete standardization, by the end of this month. We're meeting weekly. The meetings have been going very well. The utilities, of course, are doing this under the statement that they're not waiving their rights. But we think that we can come up with a more unified approach to that. The final issue is the rate riders, and the rate riders are going to be very contentious.
Art, let me ask you a question before you go on.
Yeah,
Art,
go ahead.
pardon me. So you're meeting on exactly on the subscriber organization agreement issue?
Yes.
To try to come up with uniformity in an agreement that all subscribers would be comfortable using?
Not subscribers, but this is the agreement between the subscriber
utilities.
Organization and the utilities.
Correct.
Right.
So it'll
It's
provide
about the handling of power, correct, Arthur? About the handling of the electricity that comes from the facilities.
Sure,
by
and
the
basically
utility.
it's a contract, right? And in some cases, the form of the contract was a full-blown power purchase agreement like a utility would have with a non-utility generator at the federal level. That's how extensive it got. On the other hand, there were more concise. So we're working towards what should be in that. We're not trying to change the utilities language, except in one instance that we can get into later on, but just to have a more consistency on that. So we're hopeful that can happen. And
is the objective to get one form, or is it to
no?
Just get
It'll still be 3 different forms.
Okay.
There's no way around it.
All right.
Right, but the intent is that the utilities would essentially withdraw that portion of what they filed and refile these as an amendment to the advice notice or a new advice notice, so that can go into place before the selection of the subscriber organization. So we have the luxury of time in terms of working this out. And if it goes to, if as some of the utilities have suggested that it needs a hearing, we'll have the time to have that process. Okay. The final issue, as I began to talk about, was the rate riders, and we really anticipate that those deserve a full-blown proceeding because there's a lot of controversial issues in there, assessments of fees that were not contemplated under the Act, a designation of costs that would be recovered by the utilities and then assessed to the subscribers, which was not contemplated in our rule. And so that portion of it really doesn't need to be in place until the projects are operating, right? Because then at that point, the utilities would begin to start collecting. So the recommendation I had is essentially to triage this, to deal with the solar bill credit now, because there are no real disagreements over the numbers, right? The numbers look like they're workable, and they will get revised in the next general rate case for each utility. And so we have an ongoing way of improving the numbers, right? Making them more accurate, making them more reflective of what's actually the utilities' costs are. Secondarily, the subscriber organization agreement, we believe that we can at least bring things into conformity and reserve the more contentious issues for a full-blown proceeding. I don't see this in any way as disagreeing with utility division staff's assessment. I think that they've identified some really important issues. It's just that we're trying to separate these things out such that addressing the rate rider issue doesn't prevent us from putting the solar bill credit in place. Having the subscriber agreement in the next couple of months doesn't prevent the solar bill credit from taking effect. So that's my recommendation, and I believe that Russell can, put it in a more formalized language. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, well, that was very helpful, Arthur. Thank you so much. Do any commissioners have any questions of Arthur while we're at this point? Hearing none, let's proceed. So we're going to Russell now, correct?
Yes,
Russell,
yes.
Are you ready?
And yes, and Patrick, do you have do you receive my email? Can you screen share that? The attachment to the email, which was the proposed order. Excellent.
Thanks.
Okay, so if you could go to page 6. Okay, go down to paragraph 19, please. Okay, so this is where where the proposed order starts addressing the advice notices. I'm just going to read from it. The order would have the commission find that the community solar bill credit tariffs filed by the 3 utilities, including SPS's 311, which is the filing that's that was done pursuant to the commission's October 12th order, which is the corrected one, which does not allow for deduction of transmission costs, and excluding the bill credit tariff in the previous advice notice they had filed, which I probably didn't need to say because it was already rejected, are satisfactory and should go into effect. So all 3 of the utilities would see a solar bill credit go into effect as currently formulated. Says though staff and commenters have raised potential issues, the commission finds that the qualifying utilities have filed compliant solar bill credit tariffs. The commission further finds that allowing the solar bill credit tariffs to go into effect serves the goal of prompt implementation of the community solar program and will allow the commission to remain on its current implementation schedule. As the commission noted in its October 12th order, having effective solar bill credit tariffs in place as soon as possible is important for potential bidders in the community solar project selection process, as they are likely to incorporate such information into their bid formulations. There will be opportunities in the future for improving upon the calculation of solar bill credits as more information is developed through experience with the program and through utility rate cases. Regarding SPS's having filed its advice notice 311 under protest, the commission notes its finding in the October 12th order that SPS's decision to disregard the community solar rule, and I cite the section there, which requires that, quote, the utility shall not subtract any cost of transmission from the solar bill credit calculation, was a flagrant violation of the community solar rule. There was no hearing needed to make that finding, as SPS expressly disputed the rule itself, and there was no dispute about application of the rule to SPS's specific facts and circumstances. As the commission has found that the tariff filed under number 311 is satisfactory, there's no basis for SPS to demand a hearing. The commission would also find that the other contents of the advice notices should remain suspended for potential informal resolutions and, as necessary, expedited formal proceedings. The commission is currently holding workshops through the end of November concerning agreements between the utilities and subscriber organizations that would address issues concerning the electricity generated by community solar facilities. That's just what Arthur was talking about. The commission would find that the workshop process, should continue. And at the conclusion of that process, any issues that have not been informally resolved will proceed to an expedited formal proceeding. That proceeding, if there is such a proceeding, will be completed, before the selection of proposed community solar projects, which is anticipated to take place in March or April 2023. So that's what Arthur was talking about. It's triaging. This is something that's sort of on a mid timeline. Getting the solar bill credits done, tariffs done, is very urgent because it needs, people need time to put that, formulate their bids based on that. And then this is less urgent, but there's some urgency in that it should be done before the selection of projects, which should be completed in March or April. And then in paragraph 21, the commission would find that other issues and potential issues concerning the advice notices are not urgent in the sense that they do not need to be resolved before the selection of proposed projects in spring 2022. The commission will address the procedures for handling such matters in future orders. So that's exactly what Arthur was talking about. Before going on to talk about SPS's motion, are there any questions from the commissioners about that? And Arthur,
Madam Chair, if I can just make one correction there, it should be spring 2023.
Oh, thank you, Arthur.
Sure.
I appreciate that. Okay. Well, hearing no questions from the commission, I'll talk about the SPS's motion to vacate or stay. And Patrick, could you just get us back to paragraph 18? There's just one paragraph on it. There, okay, thank you. SPS has come to us with a motion to stay implementation of the program overall. That was decided all the way back in August. The commission denied it. And as I said, that's pending before the court on a motion, actually was filed incorrectly by SPS. They filed the same motion before the court. They were supposed to file a motion for review of the commission's order denying the motion. And so it's an uncertain territory procedurally. I pointed that out in my the commission's opposition. And the court just hasn't ruled upon it. So, but that means there's no stay in place. So the commission is going forward. But stay tuned. I'll let you know if anything happens there, of course, from the court. So this paragraph would state that the commission would finds that the motion to vacate/stay should be denied. The motion asks for relief that has already been denied by the commission in its order denying SPS's motion to stay implementation of rule pending appeal issued on August 10th, 2022 in docket number 21-112. I need to add a UT to that. The order denying stay. This, let's see here. Yes. In the motion to vacate/stay, SPS again asked the commission to delay implementation of the community solar program while SPS's related appeals are pending before the New Mexico Supreme Court. The motion to vacate/stay addresses the commission's order denying stay, which is the order from, excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry. Whereas SPS's previous motion to stay implementation of rule pending appeal addressed all commission efforts to implement the program. As the October 12th order, I think I was mistaken. I'm sorry. That should be as the order. Okay. So where I referred to the order denying stay, I'm sorry, I did this somewhat quickly. It should be October 12th order. So I'm going back to the previous sentence. The motion to vacate/stay addresses the commission's October 12th order. In other words, the motion to vacate/stay asked the commission to vacate or stay that order that was issued on October 12th, which is the order that rejected SPS's solar bill credit and suspended the remainder of it. But the part, of course, they object to is the rejection of their formulation of the solar bill credit, which would allow deduction of transmission costs. So I'm sorry, I'll correct that as well. So back to the next sentence. As the October 12th order was issued as a part of the commission's efforts to implement the program, the relief requested is the same. And what I mean there is, like I said, the previous motion was a motion for the commission to stay all efforts at implementation of the program. Well, this October 12th order that they're now asking us to stay or vacate is a specific part of that implementation, which is review of the advice notices, suspending some of it, rejecting SPS's solar bill credit tariff and requiring another solar bill credit filing. So it's basically the same relief. It's a portion of, it's included under the same umbrella. Moreover, in the motion to vacate/stay, SPS reiterates arguments already made by SPS in the previous motion and already rejected by the commission in the order denying stay. Accordingly, the commission incorporates here by reference the commission's findings and conclusions from the order denying stay. So in other words, this motion reiterates the arguments that were made by SPS in the previous motion. So this order incorporates by reference the findings and conclusions from the order that denied that motion, because the commission shouldn't have to issue. This order will effectively contain all, by incorporation by reference, all the contents of that previous order. And it really is. It's the same motion. This is the same order. I'm not sure why SPS felt compelled to, I mean, they may file a motion to stay or vacate every order that the commission does from now on. That's part of implementing the program. And, you know, basically the commission, depending on what the motion's content, you know, may end up having the same response, see the previous order. I guess that's it on that. If there are any, I'll take any questions if there are any questions on that portion of the order. Okay, that completes my presentation. So any overall questions I can take, and then if not, I'll just hand it back to Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I can't hear you. Are you speaking?
Madam Chair, are you on?
We may have lost her. I don't see her on here now. Uh-oh.
It appears the connection has been lost.
Commissioners, any questions on the chronology presented, the proposed order that's been developed? Any questions or comments? All right, hearing none. What's your pleasure, commissioners? Do I hear a motion to move the order as presented?
I will move the order.
All right, I'll second that. Any discussion on the motion, commissioners? I wanted to make a few comments. I want to commend everyone involved in working on this. I think we're slowly moving toward a resolution. Excuse me, as Arthur stated, the solar bill credits are critical as the RFP soliciting community solar projects is expected to be issued tomorrow, along with an announcement of the pre-bid conference, which is tentatively scheduled for November 17th. But let me just emphasize again, I know I had some critical words to say when we received those initial advice notices, but I'm very optimistic that we can work this out and continue with the implementation of community solar and deal with these other issues as they come up without impacting the implementation schedule. You know, we're in a different circumstance as an agency in that, yes, we engage in rulemaking, but we've been tasked by the legislature to implement this program, which you know, kind of presents a different aspect to our role. But I think we're getting through this, and it's incumbent upon, I think, all the interveners and the utilities to stay engaged. And I again want to thank GridWorks for agreeing to facilitate these weekly meetings with the utilities to work out a lot of these issues. I'm going to stay out of it to avoid any kind of communications that could be subject criticism. And so, but what I do want is I want continued progress. And I think that we have to keep our eyes on the prize, and that is the potential benefit for many New Mexicans when they have an opportunity to access cheaper solar energy through the community solar program. And the prospects of low to moderate income communities enjoying this, I think, has got to be the ultimate thought in our minds as we move forward. There's a minimum 30% set aside for low to moderate income communities on a per facility basis, and it can be incentivized up to 50% depending on the project proposal. So I'm excited about that, and I think we're by approving this order, taking another step forward in the implementation of community solar in New Mexico. Commissioners, any other comments? Let me just ask if the chair is back on. Cynthia Hall, are you on?
Commissioner Maestas, Vice Chair Maestas,
Yes.
excuse me. Colin Gillespie sent me a direct message saying that he thinks she's having internet issues, and so he doesn't know when she's going to be back.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to move the order, approve the order. Any other comments under discussion? All right, hearing none. Michael Smith, record the vote, sir.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
We have a vote of four votes in favor.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman, I'm on the line with Chair Hall.
Okay, I just wanted to
Sure.
thank Christopher for presenting and for the analysis he's doing, and
Hold on.
just keep it up. It helps us as we go forward. So appreciate staff's input and support on this.
Hold on, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. I appreciate that and appreciate the recognition.
Hello.
And I'd also
Thank you,
like to add,
Commissioner
thank you
Fishman.
for doing it in half the usual time, 2 weeks. That was a lot of work to do that, and it's such an expedited basis. Thank you, Christopher.
Absolutely.
All right, we have our chair back by speakerphone. So Chair Hall, take it away. Chair Hall, go ahead and take it away.
Oh, thank you very much. I apologize for this. Our modem just decided to die, but I was able to listen into the meeting, but I could not accomplish unmuting myself. I listened to you guys and you weren't here. So I would like my vote in favor of the order to be registered.
Michael Smith, did you catch that?
I did. That would make the tally 5-0.
Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, let's see. The next item on the agenda, we got everyone's vote, correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and so did Mike say it's a 5-0 vote or whatever it is?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's move on to the next item, which is the discussion and potential action for legislative priorities. And Wayne Probst, I think, is going to make a presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the commission. I am. Thank you for having this item back on today's agenda. I sent out a slightly revised wish list of potential legislation for the upcoming 2023 session. I think I sent that out on Monday. I don't think it's significantly changed from what you've seen in the past, but we are, Madam Chair, at the point in time where staff has kind of taken this as far as we can, and it really is up to the commission to decide what items they would like to move forward with. I did note in an email to the commission that the practice, as you well know, Madam Chair, of the commission has been that if something is not unanimously, a piece of legislation is not unanimously supported by the commission remains neutral on it. There's probably a couple on this list that could be eliminated simply on that basis. I know, for example, over the years, we've seen a number of attempts to move the transportation division out of the PRC elsewhere. Some commissioners have said they thought that was a good idea. Some have said they're not so sure. So I don't want to prejudge anything, Madam Chair, but I do think there are probably a few, at least one or two, that perhaps can be eliminated on that basis itself. But Madam Chair also had indicated that certainly from an administrative standpoint, we feel that the commission's discussions in the past about having the agency funded through fees that we collect as opposed to general fund, we would certainly recommend that to you as for your consideration as a legislative priority. But with that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to step back and let the commission deliberate these recommendations and see if we can come to some consensus on some of them at least.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Wayne. I appreciate that. I guess I'd like to ask directors, how would you like to proceed on this list? We could go through it, or does everybody have their top 4, as Wayne suggested, picked out, or I'll take suggestions from commissioners.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Maya, Vice Chair Maya.
I mean, I've always felt like our agency needs to play a very proactive and robust role in providing feedback to the legislature, because, well, as it pertains to, energy related legislation. And I would prefer not to shortlist unless there's something on that list that is completely objectionable by a particular commissioner, but I would certainly be okay with ranking them in the order of importance, only because this is a very rare opportunity for us to communicate to the legislature regarding how they can tweak and improve or even propose new legislation to improve the regulation of entities across New Mexico. And so I'd like to keep the list complete myself and perhaps agree on a ranking as Wayne had recommended, maybe top 4, top 5. That would be my suggestion.
Well, okay, thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. Anybody else have any opinions about this? Commissioner Fishman, do you have any thoughts on whether we should have a short list, a medium list, a long list, ranked or not? What's your opinion?
Madam Chair, it's an extensive list. I think the advantage of Commissioner Maestas' suggestion is that it does point out that there's a lot to be done. And of course, the disadvantage is there's so much listed. Where do you begin? So I do think that it makes sense to rank 4 or 5, but I think it's also good to send the whole list. And so I think that's a nice suggestion that allows us to focus, but also lets people know the scope of what needs to happen. So I'm comfortable with that approach.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I recall in the heat of the legislative sessions,
Recording it.
We typically respond as an agency in the form of fiscal impact reports. But as we all know, our input is combined with input from other agencies and entities that could potentially be impacted through proposed legislation. And so even in specific bills, our specific feedback often gets diluted, if not ignored in the final fiscal impact report for any particular piece of legislation. So I'm kind of relishing this opportunity to provide formal feedback to the legislators, because my experience in talking to legislators that generally sponsor energy related legislation is that they have their own subject matter experts. And we are, I think, the main subject matter expert agency. And so I think that really elevates us as a credible source of feedback to the legislature in comparison to their own, their own informal subject matter experts that they consult with. Because as we all know, they don't have a cadre of staff to rely on, especially when deliberating on these complex issues that relate to energy. So anyway, I thought I'd add that, Madam Chair, and welcome back.
Thank you. Miraculously, my husband somehow got a way to connect. I hope it lasts. Anyhow, other commissioners, Commissioner Byrd, do you have any thought on this, on how to proceed with this list?
No, I like to see the whole list to stay together, though.
Okay, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, what's your thought?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank our Chief of Staff, Wayne Probst, communicating with the commissioners weeks ahead of time and coming with this information today. I would like to say that if it wasn't without our Chief of Staff, we would not have the whole information in front of us. And this speaks I'm speaking in reference to how professional he is, because he has the experience of working with the legislature, and I can't be more very appreciative of how he communicates through email. That's really, really important, because if he is just speaking to one commissioner, it's one-handed, and he's keeping everything upfront, fair, reasonable, and I'm very comfortable. And I also like to stay with the whole list and let the legislatures look at the whole list and let them figure out what's the best way to approach this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Okay, I appreciate everybody's input. I'd like to make mine as well. I think it's a very comprehensive list. There's a lot of good ideas here, but my concern is for a number of them, the issue is not defined well. And I know that from my experience going to the legislature, you have to have a very clear message on whatever you want done. And it just has to be immediately understandable almost for legislators. So I agree with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar in recognizing the expertise of our Chief of Staff and his experience in lobbying, although I don't mean to take away from Commissioner Maestas' extensive experience, I'm sure, in lobbying the legislature as well. And of course, we've all done our lobbying, but I do agree with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar and with Commissioner Fishman's assessment that, we should, I think we should probably not throw the whole list at the legislature, certainly without, refining our ideas. But I think 4 or 5 items is probably a reasonable number to start with, although I could imagine going up to maybe about 10 max. But I think we should prioritize them. And I do see one item that I think we should absolutely not go to the legislature with, and that is the idea of formalizing efforts to create an RTO. I think it's way too soon to do that without having a much better understanding across the West of what the options are. We're working on that. I've been working on this particular issue on various committees. I think I reported to the commission on And for purposes of protecting the impacts of an RTO on our ability to can carry out our mandate under the Energy Transition Act, I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that whatever RTO or other organized market structure is formed is one that would not impede our state's objectives. And we're not alone in that. There are 5 other states in the West with either RPS, very 100% or 90% RPS requirements or greenhouse gas requirements that have the same issue at stake. So I think it's in our interest to really drill down in that area, work with the other states on governance proposals, which we are doing, and we are presenting to entities like SPP in their Markets Plus plan they're developing, and to CAISO in their day-ahead market plan. So I think those processes need to move forward first, and that's probably another year or 2 at least of work before we go to our legislature and say, hey, pass a law telling us to have our utilities join an RTO in 10 years, like Colorado has done. I can tell you the commissioners in Colorado aren't all that comfortable about that at all. So even though it seems like a good idea, it may not be in 10 years, and it may not be in the short run as well. So I think it's a highly complex endeavor. And I think it would be far too soon to go to the legislature with any idea like that. So my strong desire would be to strike that one item. The others, I think, are all something that we have experience on and we've discussed in cases and rulemaking discussions. So, I think we should choose among those, frankly, but I tend to prefer a shorter list so we don't look like we're coming in with an onslaught that's unrealistic. So yes, Commissioner Fishman, yes.
Yeah, could we put that up on the screen? The
list, yeah.
Yeah, and again, I'm a little bit different than what you're talking about in that I think 4 or 5 is all that we should rank, but I do think we should be able to send them the whole list and say, but these are our priorities, 4 or 5. But just to let you know, all the stuff on our plate, here's the other stuff.
Oh, well, I actually like that a lot. I want them to know that we're concerned about all this stuff, but I'm a little uncomfortable trying to advocate for everything all at once because
exactly.
I don't think we have our objectives formulated clearly enough on all of them.
So I think that's what I would feel comfortable with, and I think that's what Commissioner Maestas was suggesting, if I understood him correctly.
Okay. Well, and I apologize, Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas, I may have missed some of your discussion because there was a brief period of time when I was disconnected altogether. So I'm sorry if you did say that and I didn't understand.
I'll also make a comment on the RTO, which is, I agree, it's too early to legislatively commit to an RTO because there's so many moving parts and I'm hearing so many different things from different jurisdictions now about the RTOs. But I do think it might make sense to say we commit to the day-ahead market, to participating in a day-ahead market legislatively. Because there, I think the benefits are pretty clear. And we're not running into all the governance complications and risks of a full-blown RTO. So just something to think about, another way we can approach it.
Well, let me respond to that, Commissioner Fishman. I would say it's not up to us to commit. It's up to the utilities. And as you know, SPS is a member of SPP, so they're not going to be participating in the day-ahead market that's being performed by CAISO, but they would be free to join on their own into SPP's Markets Plus, which is a day-ahead market that they're planning on standing up.
Sure.
El Paso Electric and PNM are members of the Western Energy Imbalance Market, and they are developing plans for a day-ahead market. So they would be free to join that. We really don't have anything to say about it, and we don't need to.
It could be as simple as a memorial saying this is policy-wise where we'd like to go.
I don't see the point, frankly. I don't see the point, and I don't think we should ask the legislature to do more than I don't think we should overwork them. And I don't see the point,
All right, I just wanted to throw out an option, and you're not comfortable with it, we're not unanimous, and that's off the list.
Okay, great.
Madam Chair, why don't we do as Commissioner Fishman suggested, is maybe share the list, and we can just go down and maybe do a first run and identify the items that are objectionable. And then perhaps we can go back and prioritize, select maybe, our top 4 or 5. And then whatever's left over, it could be a supplemental exhibit to our top 5 priorities. I mean, that's really what I was suggesting, but I'm not sure what the other commissioners want to do, just so we can get this done.
I think that's a good way to start, frankly. And we can look at each bullet and sort of at least get a feel for whether it's high or low priority and what we think about it.
And I'm open to striking, formalized efforts to create an RTO. I mean, I think if one commissioner objects, it should be stricken. So there's no point in, I think, addressing that. But if I may, Madam Chair, I can start. Those first 2 came from me. One is we've been talking about recommending a statute similar to Colorado's that requires Tri-State to submit an energy resource plan that demonstrates consistency with the ETA's renewable portfolio standards. We've talked about how the Colorado law is in the form of emissions reductions, as is the Tri-State energy resource plan, but RPS, our renewable portfolio standards, is in the form of renewable energy as a percentage of total portfolio. So that was mine. I realized Tri-State has voluntarily submitted their plan because their plan that they submit to Colorado applies to New Mexico as well. So that one's mine, and I don't know if there's any objections to that. And let's not worry about maybe ranking it just yet. The next one is.
I have a question about that. Does Tri-State presently, knowing that they provide resources to co-ops in New Mexico, do they write their plan so that it complies with our RPS requirements now, or do you know? I just wonder if they're already complying.
And, Judy Amer and I have had questions about this. Again, as I mentioned, they frame their plan in terms of carbon emissions reduction.
So they make no reference to RPS requirements in New Mexico?
Not in their plan, but the individual co-ops do submit, I believe, RPS compliance reports, just like the IOUs do. But Judy, I don't know, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a few months since we had this particular conversation about this item. Judy Amer?
I have a comment.
Michael, can you respond?
Hello.
Good. Okay.
I had to unmute myself. Yes, as Commissioner Maestas said, the co-ops submit compliance reports. with the information that Tri-State has provided to them. And as a general matter, they are on target according to their compliance reports. But we're in the process of promulgating a rule. And if anybody is interested in talking to me about what they envision including in the rule, I can, research it and see whether it's something we can include.
What's the rule about, Judy, that we're promulgating?
Oh, it has to do with RPS requirements for rural electric co-op.
Oh, I see. So, Judy, are you aware whether or not Tri-State's filings in Colorado make any reference to complying with RPS requirements in New Mexico?
As I recollect, their ERP did make reference to that, and they asserted that they did.
Have we had any communication with Tri-State on whether or not they're going to continue to do that in the future? Are they doing that?
They were doing it upon request.
Upon our request?
As I said, yes, but the rural electric co-ops do file their annual report with the information that they have been provided by Tri-State.
I see. So are you saying it's redundant? Is it redundant to get their information directly from Tri-State, or maybe just an assured way to get the information?
I can't answer. It could be redundant, but there might be information that we're not asking for now that only Tri-State has. I mean, you'd have to do a comparison between the information in their ERP and in Tri-State's ERP and the information that we currently get from the co-ops. Plus, as I said, in the rulemaking, we are beefing up those requirements. So for what the co-ops need to file.
Okay.
So it's kind of a work in progress, and that's why I'm saying, we could talk offline because it's a pending rulemaking, and we could even meet. The record hasn't closed. We haven't even issued a NOPR yet, and we could meet with all the parties and just have a discussion on this issue.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, well, I'm not opposed to the idea. I just wanted to understand what's the reality on the ground right now and how Tri-State is behaving, but I'm not opposed to it. So any other commissioners have any comments on this issue?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
So just a general comment. It's not Tri-State we're concerned about. It's whoever the contracted energy supplier is, because they could change that, and whoever it is, we want that.
I get it. That's true. And so that's a good point. Thank you very much, Commissioner Byrd. Okay, Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas, did you want to proceed?
Yeah, I'll just, cover the next item, and that is closing some potential loopholes in the Energy Transition Act. I think one particular coal plant in San Juan Generating Station has been closed under the current Energy Transition Act, but as we witnessed in the San Juan Generating Station case, the securitization immediately after abandonment was delinked, but certainly strongly implied in the ETA. And so this first bullet is asking for a revision to the ETA to require securitization within a certain time period. I just said 60 to 90 days of abandonment. And I would defer to OGC on that. And I don't know if you want to take them one by one, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think we should, actually. My question there is, well, obviously it's I don't know. It's very dissatisfying that the way it's presently written, there is no requirement for the utility to proceed with securitization at all. So I assume this is intended to address that.
It
hole.
is, and I guess in reality, if we look, there's still one more coal plant in Four Corners, but you know, the qualifying utility, you know, PNM is not going to close it. They're just going to abandon their financial interest as a part owner. So maybe this won't even apply to Four Corners in the near future. So you know, it could be moot, but certainly there's the principle of the matter, and that's to reinforce the intent of the ETA when it comes to the timing of securitization relative to abandonment.
Yes, I understand. I mean, the other thought that comes into my head, though, is the condition of the bond market. And as we've seen, you know, in the past 6 months, you know, it's varied so much that even if PNM could securitize right now, it would probably not be advantageous to the company or the ratepayers or the recipients of any securitization funds that could maybe arise. So I guess there's no way I don't know how we would wrap that into language anyhow. But anyhow, it's an issue I think that is connected to this. And I just wanted to raise that as an issue, and we can go on to the next point. So I think there's just some uncertainty about the value of identifying a time frame at all, actually. But I appreciate that it's better than no time frame. So shall we move on then to, you want to go on to 2?
Sure. And just to, you know, the reason why I'm throwing in some timing is because obviously the community assistance element of the Energy Transition Act is more explicit in requiring the assistance soon after abandonment. Anyway, I wanted to, you know, emphasize that other part of the ETA. So the next recommendation, and this is, I think, a minor tweak in that I think the ETA needs to be explicit in requiring 80% renewable energy in the ultimate carbon-free 2045 RPS standard for IOUs. If you look at the 2050 RPS standard for co-ops, it's explicit in that it requires 80% renewable energy. But for the IOUs, the 2045 RPS simply says carbon-free. So it's really a matter of establishing consistency in the 2045 RPS for IOUs, consistency with the RPS, the 2050 RPS for co-ops.
Yeah. Commissioners, any comments on that?
I'm not familiar with all the negotiations that went on with the co-ops in particular on the ETA. And so I'm not quite sure what political morass we might be stepping into on that one. So I just want to, I need to find out a little more, just a note of caution, because it might be us stepping out on the wrong foot there. And Joe, maybe you can just we can just check in with the Co-op Association and just be sure we're not stepping into something that's got more complexities than we realize.
No, I hear you, Commissioner Fishman. And, you know, one thing I wanted to state too is that there is a grandfather clause in the ETA that basically allows the investor-owned utilities to keep whatever carbon-free resources they had at the time the ETA was signed. So even if we explicitly require 80% renewable energy in the 2045 RPS for IOUs, they still have the grandfather clause, and that won't impact whatever carbon-free resources that they had at the time the ETA was signed. And those carbon-free resources that they continue to have.
Okay.
So the last, oh, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Well, I was just wondering, what is our exact concern that IOUs would start retiring their renewable portfolio and just use, I don't know, what is a replacement?
I mean, it's more consistency, but then one might think, well, if the 2045 RPS is simply 100% carbon free, will they slide back and perhaps reduce their percent of renewable energy and have more nuclear, as an example? Now, the likelihood of that happening, given the timeline for closure of Palo Verde, which is the primary source of nuclear for the IOUs, maybe it's a moot point.
Yes, it's hard to know. Well, that was my question, whether our concern was that they'd reduce renewables and try to use some other clean source that we can't really identify yet. But I don't oppose the idea of having consistency. It makes sense just from a regulatory standpoint to have some consistency, unless there are factors that we need to consider that require us to treat IOUs differently from co-ops. But at this point, I don't know what they are. So I'm fine with that idea. Other commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Byrd? No. Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, any comments on this point?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. Okay, Commissioner Maestas, I'm sorry, I sort of.
Oh, no worries. This last one, it's to require a comprehensive economic impact mitigation study regarding coal plant closures as a basis for energy transition costs. That just comes from a lot of the testimony that I heard as a candidate, that the 40 million, for example, that was set aside as a part of the total 360 million or so energy transition costs was insufficient. And my understanding in terms of the origin of the 40 million was it was a percentage of the total energy transition costs and wasn't based on any kind of credible, objective, comprehensive economic impact study. And so I just think that we shouldn't be grabbing numbers out of the air when it comes to impacting real communities, especially as it impacts them after the closure of a coal plant that's been in operation for generations. So that's where that comes from, Madam Chair.
Commissioners, comments?
So General Counsel, I have a question for on this one. Is there any jurisdiction on this? What is the commission's jurisdiction on this number, the energy transition costs? If the commission is required to approve some of those costs, whether they be mitigation or transition, is that something we already would be handling in a docket or not?
This is a vague answer because I have not looked at that provision in the statute recently, but we do address that in the case. We do address what are the reasonable anticipated closure costs that are going to be included as energy transition costs in the securitized amount.
So as part of that, the economic impact mitigation study, which I'm a little, and maybe Commissioner Maestas, you can describe that in a little more detail, exactly what that is.
Well, I mean, I have seen organizations like UNM's Bureau of Business and Economic Research and the Arrowhead Center at New Mexico State University conduct these kinds of studies to form a real basis for coming up with an amount that would mitigate impacts to closures like coal plants. And so that's what I'm thinking about, is that it just shouldn't be a percentage of a total. The economic or community assistance portion of the energy transition cost should be based on some kind of credible, comprehensive assessment.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if that really involves, in terms of economic impact mitigation, if it involves anything that we would be, that the PRC would be responsible for administering. And it doesn't sound like that to me. What's your thought on that, Commissioner? That's something that would be administered by an economic development department, or?
Well, in the end, which is what they're doing now, and I think other organizations are implementing different aspects of economic impact mitigation under the current ETA. But again, I think we've heard it loud and clear that money set aside for community assistance was inadequate. And how do we defend against that if there's no basis for the community assistance amount set aside under the total of the energy transition costs? I mean, quantifying decommissioning and quantifying, undepreciated assets, that's doable. Yep. But quantifying, mitigating the impact of a coal plant closure, I think does require something a bit more than what's in the ETA.
Yeah. The 40 million is a drop in the bucket. I think everyone recognizes that. So there's a chance to go back and revisit with a study, is what you're saying, with a credible study. And I don't have any problem with that.
I know this is a bit taboo. Legislators have lined up to make changes to the ETA. They've pretty much been waved off. Yeah. But this could be the year that the legislature may take it on and tweak it based on our first case study, which was San Juan Generating Station.
I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas. Can I put my 2 cents in now? Are you ready for that?
Sure.
Well, I completely agree that it's appropriate to have some sort of objective information on which to make a decision certainly about spending money. And I agree that pulling a percentage out of the air is not good government. And it's not rational. It should be based on something like a study. But I also share the understanding that this may be sort of untouchable and in terms of making changes to the ETA, but I'm not opposed to, the notion of suggesting that. I wouldn't throw it off the list. I just wouldn't expect strong support, but you never know. You don't ask, you don't get.
We can always rank this low, or just even include it as supplemental information to the top priorities that we end up ranking.
Yeah. Other commissioners have any thoughts on this item? Does it make sense to you to, if we could include this in requests to request an economic impact mitigation study regarding the coal plant closure? Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
We all know that ETA was a rush process. The legislature did not comply with a thorough assessment, and it has failed. Honestly, I have to put this out into public about how I've been feeling about ETA since it has passed. It was a robust approach. They have taken us to the Supreme Court when we were trying to do our job to do the assessments, to regulate the utility companies. And I truly believe that ETA was passed specifically for one utility company. And today we are experiencing delayed low-cost bonds by PNM to recover $300 million it has invested in the power plant. They did not stand up front. I think the legislatures are listening and reading about it. And three specific legislatures have come forward. And they indicated that it was volumes of documentation when ETA was being passed. And that they did not know. Their concerns were not inserted in the documentation when ETA was being passed. But I think I, as a commissioner that represents Northwest New Mexico, where San Juan Generating Station operated for 53 years. I'm talking about PNM not coming up with no strategic plan for the injustice economic conditions while they drove through these areas, these communities, time and time again. There was no strategic plan. It never crossed our mind for 53 years. But in 2013, I said, why can't you establish a scholarship for our youngsters so that they can apply for a scholarship from your company? And finally, that was a drop in the bucket. They did so. But it was not a 4-year scholarship. It was just an entry level. Another portion that the legislature did not include in the passage of the ETA, they talk about consultation with all the tribal governments. They did not have consultation. It was in a short time span, it was rushed. So the former coal mine workers, 75% were Native Americans. And what I understand today is that PNM did not allow the severance pay or any type of compensation for all coal miners. They pushed and pushed until they have retired or voluntary resignation on behalf of the coal miners. the former coal miners had to find jobs elsewhere in Phoenix, Arizona, in Nevada, other places to move away from home.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I wonder if you could, finish your point. We have a long list.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. What my main point that I would like to be included to the legislature is that they did not have a cultural assessment. They did not.
Okay, that's a good point. Okay.
So there's a mental connection.
Mm-hmm.
When the former coal miners move away from home, the families, they stay behind. As a Native American, we live on sovereign land. We can't just pack up and go. So in the ETA process, they never considered that. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you very much. I think that's a very strong point, and I think I would support putting that in too. So Commissioner Maestas, did you have other items you wanted to present your claim?
Madam Chair, this is Jeff.
Oh, hi. Okay.
He stepped out for just a second.
Okay.
But the Fund Grid Modernization Grant Program is also his brainchild.
Okay. Why don't we take a 5-minute break then, or maybe a 10-minute break?
He's walking back over here. But
does anybody else need a break or a lunch break?
Lunch break. Just finish.
What's that? I guess I do want to bring up, this is not a short list. Maybe we should take, I don't know, a 15-minute break or something. I don't know how people are feeling, but, it is 1:00 and we haven't had any kind of a lunch break. And knowing us, we might really take some time on this list. So I suggest we do a 15-minute break right now, even though it sort of interrupts our flow. It might be better in the long run. Anybody? Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
So in times past, we've passed this around through OGC, kind of got comments from each of the commissioners on the various issues that are on the list. Some of us add stuff, some of us say, I don't want to support this, but we usually just pass this around through our offices for a little while before we bring it up and do a raw discussion, because we will take hours if we do it this way.
I agree. I think that's a brilliant idea, Commissioner Byrd. Thank you so much. You don't say much, but when you do, it's very good. So having expressed my opinion, what do the other commissioners think about that?
Better to remain silent than open your mouth and let them know.
So we're going to be deprived of hours of this kind of discussion? Is that what we're saying?
I fear so, right. Commissioner Fishman.
I'm okay with that.
I think it's a good suggestion from Commissioner Byrd.
I do too.
And that we can take the list with comments at next week's meeting.
Great. Let's do that. Okay, so
if that's the case, can we just continue and finish?
Finish what? Going through the list now?
Oh, the rest of the agenda, because I thought the suggestion was.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to finish with the agenda. That would be good. Correct. And we'll return to this list next week once we've submitted our comments to OGC, and OGC can present it next week. Does that work for everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we'll move. Thank you, Wayne, for your patience, and we'll come back next week with this. So that takes us to communications with Chief of Staff.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I don't want to prolong an already long meeting, so I don't really have anything, but happy to discuss any issues you have.
Okay, sounds great. Any questions for Chief of Staff, folks? all I want to say is I'm just really pleased with the way things are going under your what do I call it? Your chief of staff, because I was really impressed with the our new hires that we've had, and especially with the new hires that I saw in an email and utility division. And I just feel you're really doing a great job, and I just want to take the opportunity to commend you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, so I was hearing from a very reliable source yesterday that on our annual audit, there was a quick return on it and one very minor finding, and that it just came back real quick, and great indication that administrative side of our office is humming along, working great. So that was great news to hear. And Wayne, tell me if I'm hearing it accurately, but that's what I'm hearing.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, and Commissioner Fishman, you're not. I think that is very accurate. We'll be presenting our annual audit report to the commission, I believe, if not next week, the following week. The Office of the State Auditor did the fastest turnaround I've ever seen in almost 18 years working in state government in terms of going through our audit and releasing it. I think the 5-day window period has elapsed, so it is public now. And I do believe, Madam Chair and Commissioners, you will see an improvement in terms of our annual audit and our financial controls. Thank you for that.
So
absolutely. Thank you for the great work.
Thanks also to Renata, because we all know she plays a big role in making sure everything is holding together there. So.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Renata and her staff deserve credit. I don't. So we'll make sure we give them that credit when it's presented to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wayne. Okay, communications with General Counsel.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I don't think we really have anything. I did just want to, I understand we have a workshop coming up that was discussed, and I did want to stress that the way that is noticed as a workshop rather than in a commission open meeting, I do think precludes a quorum of commissioners attending. So I just wanted to give that caveat that it has not been noticed as a meeting of the commission the way the other workshop meeting we had in Albuquerque was.
Why did we do it that way? Do you know?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I was not part of that meeting, and I understand that there was a reliance on the idea that a notice of quorum would suffice. And my advice has always been a notice of quorum is not a cure for a failure to comply with the Open Meeting Act. A notice of quorum is really sort of a prophylactic that we use for when the commissioners attend a non-business function, like going to NARUC meetings or attending, some other function over at the legislature where you're not convening a meeting of the commission to conduct business. And the idea there is that if for some reason somebody were to challenge it, and if for some reason a group of 3 commissioners attending an event, that it would provide a basis on which at least we could say that we've acted transparently and let everybody know that the commissioners were going to be there, and there was not an intent to violate the Open Meetings Act, because the Open Meetings Act does have a potential criminal penalty. So that's part of the reason that we've employed that notice of quorum for non-commission business actions. However, a workshop is normally the kind of thing that is assigned to somebody whose different names can be used, because it's not an adjudicatory proceeding, but a facilitator, or a moderator, a presiding officer, whatever you want to call the person who's running it, and a smaller amount of commissioners are in attendance if they want to be. That doesn't preclude commissioners from watching it on YouTube while it's streaming.
Well, I think that's their only option now, since the workshop is tomorrow, right?
Correct. Or not.
Wait a minute. Is it a week away? No, it's tomorrow.
All right, Arthur? What's the schedule on that? Are you listening in, Arthur?
I forget. I have to look on my phone.
The workshop is tomorrow, Madam Chair. You are correct.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, it is what it is, but thank you very much for that explanation, Mike.
Quick question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Which commissioners are planning to attend?
Well, I'm planning to attend. This is for Grid Mod.
Yeah, I was planning to as well. Was anyone else planning to attend?
Fisher, Vice Chair Myessis, were you not planning to attend?
No, I've got a schedule conflict, Madam Chair.
So if there's only two of us, do we have a problem?
Well, there's two other
Michael?
commissioners. Commissioner Byrd, were you planning to attend?
But we don't count. No.
I thought silence meant no. So excuse me if I presumed.
Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, were you planning to attend the meeting tomorrow on the workshop on Grid Mod?
No, I don't plan to attend. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All
So
right.
Michael, do we have an issue if the two of us attend?
No, two commissioners is not a quorum. That's not a problem.
Okay, great.
Okay, fine. All right,
Well,
great.
after.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Byrd?
Just call us after, then we'll have a problem.
Commissioner Byrd, it's always an issue if you attend.
Let's see, do we have any other communications with general counsel? Otherwise,
Madam Chair, that's it.
okay.
But
I'll take a look.
Oh,
Sorry.
Hans, yes.
We did want to just address one thing ahead of time. We don't need to decide today. But as the commissioners have been made aware, there is a planned brunch the morning of the 18th, which that is also the day that our open meeting for that week will happen. I would suggest that perhaps we delay the start of the meeting by an hour, unless people just want to grab their coffee and sit in a row and leave. So we should probably review whether or not we want to delay the start of the open meeting from its usual 9:30 time slot that morning, just for purposes of preparation.
Commissioners, any thoughts?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I think it's a very good idea coming from the Chief of Staff to have a brunch for the commissioners. And I was very excited to read that. I think we should still start 9:30 a.m. And I would like to also extend an invitation to the other individuals that normally come to the open meetings in Santa Fe. Keep it open so that we don't, just so that the occasion is open for everyone. I think we should just have the brunch about 8:30ish or something like that. But that's just my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. I noticed that too. There was no notice of when it would start. And, I think it's a charming idea and I'm supportive of it. What I wanted to understand is, where would it be held? Is it intended to be at the Boca building or some other location? I mean, given that an open meeting starts at 9:30 that day or even later, it's certainly time limited, which maybe is the intent. So I just wondered if it was where it was going to be and what time it was going to start, so I could be there on time.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, and I'm sorry I didn't include a lot of details in my emails because we're still working through some of those details. But I think I can answer yes to it being here in the Boca building. And thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. We will certainly make sure that everybody feels welcome to join us that day, including the folks who generally attend our meetings here. They're very welcome, and we'll reinforce that. I would suggest, Madam Chair, that we begin at 8:30 with that brunch, and that gives us an hour. I appreciate Hans bringing up the time crunch. I think if we begin at 8:30, we should be able to start the regular commission meeting at 9:30, or at latest, if you wanted to push it back a little bit, maybe we could start at 10.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would vote for starting the meeting at 10, just to leave a little more space.
Or we could begin the brunch at 8, I suppose. We could do that. I mean, rather than changing the
Let's
meeting.
just make it breakfast, 5.
Yeah. That's my midnight snack. Not really. Well, commissioners, I'm open to whatever you want to do. We probably should make a decision. Fisher Maestas, what's your thought?
I agree with Commissioner Fishman. Maybe 10 a.m. start would be good.
A 10 a.m. start of the meeting, and then 8:30 or 8 for the brunch. 8:30?
8:30.
Okay. All right. That's fine with me. I'm glad we got that settled, and I don't think it requires a vote. So is that, let's see. So let's move on to communication with commissioners. Anybody have anything to communicate?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just one issue, and I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but I was deeply dismayed by the Supreme Court's decision to stay the rate credits that was the subject of one of our final orders regarding the San Juan Generating Station abandonment. I feel badly for the PNM ratepayers continuing to pay for operating 2 units at San Juan Generating Station that are no longer operating. And the condition was that the rate credits would be stayed pending the final resolution of the overall appeal. But I just wanted to voice my disappointment.
I understand.
Madam Chair, that's all.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. I had the same feeling reading about that, and it's a disappointment. It certainly is. Nothing else I can think of to call it. So yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Ditto.
Yep. Okay, so on the bright side, I did see a newspaper article, and I was unable to find it last night, and it was in the Journal. Maybe others have seen it, describing large amounts of money that are coming to our state. I have to assume as a result of our work of our congressional delegation. They didn't name who in our congressional delegation was responsible, but for broadband deployment in 4 different quadrants of the state. And I can't remember I think it was, I don't remember how much money, but it's a lot of money, like over $1 million, maybe close to 2 million. I know some quadrants only got about $200 or $300 million. No, wait, I'd be remiss if I tried to figure out it's certainly not $200 or $300 million, but I can't remember the dollar figures. But if anybody, I was hoping somebody else might have remembered seeing that article who had a better recollection of the facts, and I should have kept it for this meeting because that was a good thing. It was good. It was from the Infrastructure Act, so it's federal money, and it will certainly help broadband development in our state. So I wanted to mention that. And I also wanted to bring up for just your anticipation, I guess. I've had an intern from the law school, a 3rd-year law student working for me this semester, and he's been looking at utilities vegetation management plans and wildfire mitigation plans, and has prepared a report for me, which I'll circulate around. And I have him working to develop an outline of some bench request questions to issue to the utilities, because, you know, as a result of his report, we identified some areas where we'd really like to delve into more in terms of wildfire management. And so I'm hoping that his name is Spencer Lotz. We're planning on him making a presentation on November 9th on this topic. And hopefully, if we can get our bench request questions issued quickly enough this week, which I think we're going to be able to make, we might have the responses back then. I'm hopeful for that. And we'll have something to say to the commission about it. What we've been able to find out, what we've been able to suggest to the, what we've been able to find out through bench request questions at that point. And then it would be possibly a discussion topic for the commission to see how we want to proceed with that information. So that's all I had. Any other commissioners have anything to communicate? Hearing nothing, we're adjourned. Thank you.